Hey guys, welcome to channel. So today we going to see what if Naruto joined tournament of King of Iron and Harem. With all, let's start. The air over Konoha was thick with ash and despair, its once proud structures reduced to smoldering ruins. The village that had withstood countless invasions and calamities now lay broken, a stark reminder of the destructive power of one man, Pain. Standing amidst the carnage, Pain's Rinnegan eyes surveyed the devastation, his expression cold and unyielding. At his feet lay the unconscious body of Naruto Uzumaki, the village's last hope and the one destined to bring peace to the ninja world. The battle had been fierce, but even the hero of Konoha had been unable to match the overwhelming power of the six paths of pain. Blood seeped from numerous wounds on Naruto's battered body, his orange sage mode cloak faded, and the once brilliant determination in his eyes extinguished. Without a word, the Diva Path extended its hand and lifted Naruto's limp form into the air with telekinetic precision. Pain's gaze lingered on the young shinobi for a moment, his thoughts veiled in shadow. "This is the fate of those who defy me," Pain murmured, his voice carrying a chilling finality. "There is only one more target left, and soon the world will know Pain." Konan, Pain's ever-loyal companion, approached silently, her expression unreadable as she took her place beside him. Her paper wings unfurled, shimmering faintly in the dim light as she prepared for their departure. Together, the two ascended into the sky, leaving behind the wreckage of Konoha and its shattered dreams. Naruto remained unconscious, his mind adrift in the abyss of defeat. He didn't even have the chance to awaken or fight back as his fate was sealed. Pain's plans demanded the nine tails, and for that, Naruto's life was an expendable price. In a dark ritual, the Kyuubi was forcefully extracted from Naruto's body. The process was excruciating, tearing at the bond between Jinchuriki and Beast until it was irreparably severed. Naruto's body convulsed as the life drained from him, the immense chakra of the Kyuubi vanishing into the void. His heart gave its final beat, and then there was silence. Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who had carried the hopes and dreams of his village, was gone. Far away from the ruins of Konoha, in the shadows of a world unknown to the shinobi realm, a new chapter was beginning to unfold. Unbeknownst to Pain, the ripples of his actions would cross dimensions, setting the stage for a collision of powers far beyond his comprehension. Fighters from realms governed not by ninja clans but by raw, unrelenting combat were already preparing for battles of their own. Among them were warriors who bore their own burdens of loss and vengeance, champions like Ryu of the Street Fighter world and Kyokusanagi of the King of Fighters universe. Their paths had not yet crossed with the shinobi, but destiny had a way of weaving its threads in the most unexpected ways. As Naruto's lifeless body was discarded, his spirit, his indomitable will, refused to fade. A force beyond mortal understanding intervened, pulling him from the brink of true oblivion. The world of ninjas was not the end for him. Somewhere in the multiverse, Naruto's journey was far from over. His next trial awaited in the brutal arenas of fighters who knew neither chakra nor jutsu but wielded power and skill that could rival the strongest of shinobi. Pain had won the battle, but the war was far from over. Naruto stirred, blinking against the sunlight filtering through the canopy above. The soft rustling of leaves accompanied the gentle breeze, but his head was clouded, and something felt off, like pieces of his memory were missing, lost in the haze. "Where am I?" he muttered, his voice hoarse. He pushed himself upright, feeling a dull ache in his body but noticing a peculiar lightness as well. His surroundings were unfamiliar. A dense forest, but the trees were much smaller than he was used to. "These trees are too small. Definitely not near Konoha or anywhere I've been," Naruto thought, scanning the area. He reached out to the nearest tree and gave it a slight push, intending to steady himself. The bark cracked under the minuscule pressure, sending a web of fractures spreading along its surface. "Definitely not close," Naruto confirmed, his brow furrowing. The trees back home, blessed by the rich natural energy of the land of fire, were far sturdier. This place felt alien, weaker in comparison. His thoughts drifted as he recalled the last clear memory he had, chasing Mukade, the robed ninja who had opened a strange portal. "I really shouldn't have jumped after him," Naruto muttered, annoyance creeping into his tone. The portal had sucked him in, and everything after that was a blur. Taking a deep breath, Naruto decided to climb down the mountain and search for clues. As he walked, he noticed the terrain was odd. The mountain was much smaller than those near Konoha, more like a large hill in comparison, Yet the air here felt different, lighter, thinner. Even his own movements felt strange, as though his strength had inexplicably multiplied. Maybe I've just gotten stronger, Naruto mused, flexing his fingers experimentally. His training with Jiraiya had honed him significantly, but this felt different. Descending the mountain, he eventually reached a clearing and spotted movement in the distance. A couple was climbing from the other side, their conversation faint but discernible. Naruto focused on them instinctively, and to his surprise, his senses expanded far beyond their usual range. He could feel the faint pulse of their life force and even detect their emotions, a mix of calm and curiosity. Weird, their life force feels so weak, he thought, confused. He couldn't sense chakra within them, but not everyone in the world possessed or used it. Still, something about their presence felt off. The clothing they wore was unlike anything he'd seen before, brightly colored, casual, and modern, far from the practical attire of shinobi or civilians back home. Stepping closer, Naruto called out, "Hello, can I have a moment of your time?" The couple stopped, turning to him with polite smiles. Their demeanor was friendly enough, and Naruto felt a flicker of hope. "Yes, how may we help you?" the man asked. Naruto relaxed a little. "Can you tell me where the Land of Fire is? Or maybe point me in the direction of the nearest village?" He kept his tone casual, deciding not to reveal too much just yet. The couple exchanged a glance, their polite smiles faltering slightly. "The Land of Fire? I'm afraid I've never heard of it," the woman replied. "But maybe someone else might know." Their response caught Naruto off guard. He tried to gauge their reaction, but their emotions seemed more perplexed than suspicious. However, there was something else in their body language, a subtle unease, as though they'd decided not to get involved. The couple excused themselves quickly, murmuring polite goodbyes before walking away. Naruto stood there, bewildered. Their behavior had been courteous, yet distant, as if they thought he was a foreigner rambling nonsense. What just happened? Naruto wondered. He hadn't even gotten the chance to ask more questions. Letting out a sigh, he decided not to press the issue. One step at a time, he thought. If this place was entirely unfamiliar, he'd need to tread carefully and gather information without drawing attention to himself. Adjusting his headband and brushing the dust off his jacket, Naruto turned and continued down the path, ready to face whatever awaited him in this strange, new world. Naruto continued his trek through the unfamiliar forest, his steps steady yet cautious as he processed the strange encounter with the couple earlier. Several minutes passed in silence, but the sensation of being watched lingered in the back of his mind. His heightened senses were picking up on something, or someone. Naruto stopped abruptly, turning his head slightly as he spoke in a confident tone, "Come out. I know you're there." From behind the cover of trees, a figure emerged, stepping into view with measured steps. The man was tall and lean, his posture upright and composed. He wore a sleeveless red gi, his black hair neatly styled, and his expression calm, almost emotionless. "Apologies for my rude actions," the man began in an even tone, his sharp eyes fixed on Naruto. "But your appearance caught my interest." Naruto's brow furrowed. "What caught your interest?" The man's gaze never wavered as he replied, "You're not from here. Your mannerisms, your presence. I can tell you're a ninja." "So, are you one of those foreign ninjas? From the USA or another country?" Naruto blinked, unfamiliar with the term. "USA?" he repeated awkwardly, his pronunciation clumsy. The unfamiliarity seemed to surprise the man, though his expression remained impassive. "You mentioned the Land of Fire," the man continued, his tone still calm but with a hint of curiosity. "But no such place exists. Is it a code word, or are you serious?" Naruto's mind raced. The man's words only confirmed his growing suspicion. This world was different, its geography and knowledge entirely foreign to him. Deciding it was best to tread carefully, he answered, "It's a code name. I'll explain later, but for now, can you tell me where I am?" The man nodded slightly. "Japan, near Mount Fuji." The answer didn't clear up Naruto's confusion. Japan? He'd never heard of such a place, but he kept his composure. "Thank you. My name is Naruto," he offered, forcing a friendly tone to hide his unease. "What's yours?" The man studied him for a moment before responding. "It was nothing. My name is Guy. If you need anything, you'll find me around here." With that, Guy turned and sped off, his movement swift yet rigid to Naruto's eyes. Naruto watched him disappear into the distance, noting the strength in the man's build but unimpressed by his speed. He's strong, but his speed is nowhere near what I've seen from true shinobi, Naruto thought. Still, the encounter left him with more questions than answers. Guy's casual mention of other countries and his dismissive reaction to the Land of Fire made one thing clear: this wasn't the world Naruto knew. If this is truly a different world, I need to confirm it for myself, Naruto decided. A map would be the quickest way to gain clarity. He glanced at his attire, realizing that his bright orange jumpsuit stood out far too much. Channeling chakra, he transformed his appearance to resemble one of the people he'd seen earlier, adopting their simpler, more subdued clothing. With his disguise in place, Naruto set out of the forest, determined to find a village or town and begin piecing together the mystery of his situation. As Guy moved swiftly through the forest back to his training area, his thoughts lingered on the encounter with Naruto. Though the boy had presented himself as friendly, something about him was unsettling. He looked really strong and dangerous, Guy mused, his mind replaying the brief conversation. The moment I even considered attacking him, it felt like death was staring me in the face. The casual way Naruto had spoken, combined with his odd questions and apparent unfamiliarity with the world, only deepened Guy's suspicions. Is he even aware of his own strength? Guy wondered, his brows furrowing. Or is he hiding it intentionally? Those questions about the Land of Fire and his awkward reaction to basic terms like the USA, he might have memory issues. Guy wasn't one to jump to conclusions, but his years of experience told him there was more to this boy than met the eye. Reaching his secluded training area, a flat clearing surrounded by tall trees, Guy paused to collect his thoughts. The area was lined with wooden posts and small markers for his movement drills, where he practiced the art of movement, a martial discipline he'd honed to perfection over years. But for now, his focus was on the potential threat Naruto posed. I wasn't tricked by his attempt to deflect my questions, Guy thought grimly. He's skilled, no doubt about that, but I've been dealing with deception and information gathering for years. He's hiding something. Guy pulled out his phone, its sleek surface gleaming in the afternoon sunlight. He quickly unlocked it and began typing out a message to his master, detailing his encounter with Naruto. Encountered a young man claiming to be a ninja. Highly skilled, with overwhelming potential. Likely foreign, possibly has memory issues. Could be dangerous if left unchecked. Recommend preparing for contingencies if he shows signs of hostility. He hesitated for a moment before adding, "We'll continue observing for now, awaiting instructions." After hitting send, Guy pocketed the phone and began his drills, though his movements were distracted. The image of Naruto's sharp blue eyes and the unshakable aura of power he exuded refused to leave his mind. Naruto perched on top of a building, gazing down at the sprawling city of Tokyo below. The lights twinkled in the night, casting a sense of both wonder and isolation. So, I'm definitely not in our world anymore, he concluded, his mind processing the realization for what felt like the 100th time. It had taken him a while to figure out where he was. He had arrived in the city by taking the train, or more accurately, riding on top of it, something that vaguely reminded him of the Land of Spring, but much more advanced. After managing to find a map, he had stared at it for what seemed like hours, but everything about it was foreign. The layout of the continents was completely different, smaller than he remembered, and the names meant nothing to him. How do I get back? He wondered, resting his head in his hand. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Does anyone have power over space or something? He sighed deeply, the weight of being so far from home pressing on his chest. To make matters worse, there was no good news. The Kyuubi had disappeared with him, and while he had a fleeting hope that the fox wouldn't rampage in this strange world, the uncertainty lingered in the back of his mind. If it does return home or causes chaos here, I'm not sure I can stop it. As he munched on the sandwich he had swiped, Naruto tried to push away the negative thoughts. He had no ID, no money, and no clear path forward. I'll figure it out, he tried to convince himself, though the words rang hollow. His stomach growled again, and he realized that this life was far from easy. His journey had led him here, but now that he was in this unfamiliar world, it seemed like every step brought him further away from the answers he needed. Then, just as he was finishing his sandwich, he sensed it, a strong life force approaching. Naruto's head snapped up, his instincts immediately alert. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the streets. A figure emerged from the crowd, a large dark-skinned man with a striking blonde mohawk. His appearance was unusual, to say the least. His fashion, especially, was unlike anything Naruto had ever seen. At least I'm not that bad, Naruto thought with a wry smile. Despite his current situation, he still found amusement in the man's outlandish appearance. However, he didn't dare speak out of turn, not knowing how people in this world might react. The man didn't seem to care about his oddities, continuing his stride with purpose. Naruto decided to follow, curiosity piquing his interest. The man headed for a bar on the far right corner of the street. As Naruto neared, his senses flared. There was another, far stronger energy coming from inside the bar. This energy, Naruto mused. It's unlike anything I've felt before. Guy was physically stronger, but this person has a much larger reserve of energy. His curiosity getting the better of him, Naruto made the decision to enter. He dropped down from the rooftop and quickly transformed into a more average appearance, taking on the guise of a normal person, blending in as he walked out of the alleyway and towards the entrance of the bar. The sign above read, "Illusion." Naruto's pulse quickened as he walked through the door. He had no idea what kind of people or dangers awaited inside, but something told him that the answers he needed might be found here. The inside of the bar was unlike any place Naruto had seen before. It had a relaxed, peaceful atmosphere, far from the chaotic party joints he was used to. Soft music played in the background, and patrons seemed content, enjoying their drinks, chatting, or casually dancing. It wasn't the kind of place where you'd expect a fight to break out, but Naruto's instincts told him something was about to happen. He scanned the room and quickly located his target. A large, dark-skinned man with a striking blonde mohawk, Birdie, was sitting across from a woman dressed in men's clothing. The woman, King, appeared calm and composed, her focus unwavering as Birdie attempted to engage her in conversation. "Come on, love, why won't you give me a chance?" Birdie asked in a gruff tone, his words dripping with arrogance. King, unfazed, paused for a moment before responding coolly, "Have you looked into a mirror? Let's forget about your looks and go to the main point. I'm just not interested, and you will never be the one, even if I was. So stop disturbing me, or else I'll send you to the hospital." Birdie's face contorted with anger at the sharp rejection, his voice rising in frustration. "I've been nice to you for too long that you actually think you're good enough to fight me. Do you even know who I am?" He slammed his fist onto the table, causing the bar to fall into an uncomfortable silence. Naruto's hand instinctively reached for his kunai, ready to step in and stop the situation before it escalated. But before he could make a move, King acted swiftly. With the precision of a trained fighter, she unleashed an axe kick aimed at Birdie's shoulder. The impact was swift and brutal. Birdie crashed to the floor with a sickening crack, his bones creaking under the force of the blow. Naruto's eyes widened in admiration. Unlike Birdie, who had acted on raw instinct, King's attack had been controlled and reinforced with a powerful energy. It was a skill Naruto recognized, but he could tell that King had a far more refined approach to using energy. "Stop causing trouble, or I'll break your limbs this time," King said, her voice calm but stern. She stood tall, facing Birdie with no sign of fear. "I know who you are, and it matters not." She jumped back to her side of the table, her body language indicating that the matter was finished. She gestured for everyone in the bar to continue with their activities, unfazed by the disruption. Birdie, enraged but clearly in pain, slowly got to his feet. Though he had been humiliated, he realized that pushing any further would only bring him more suffering. "I'll make her pay. No one gets away with hurting Birdie," he muttered, his anger bubbling over as he stomped towards the door. "I'll just inform that bastard Balrog, and she'll come running to Birdie." Naruto watched the large man leave with a sense of disinterest. This guy's completely incompetent, Naruto thought, his judgment forming quickly. He's not evil, just a loud, overconfident fool. There's no need to waste my time on him. Naruto decided against following Birdie any further. Instead, he turned back toward the bar and made his way to an empty seat across from King. He sat down, his posture casual, though his curiosity about the woman was piqued. King didn't look surprised by his presence, nor did she acknowledge him at first. The atmosphere in the bar returned to normal as patrons resumed their conversations and activities, but Naruto's attention remained fixed on King. Her calm demeanor, coupled with the way she had handled Birdie, suggested there was far more to her than met the eye. Mind if I join you? Naruto asked, breaking the silence between them. King turned to look at him, her gaze sharp and assessing. Do you have business here, or are you just looking for trouble? She asked, her voice as steady as before. Naruto leaned back in his chair, giving a small, friendly smile. I was just curious. That guy, he didn't seem like much. But you? You're something else. King's expression softened slightly, though her eyes still held an air of caution. I deal with people like him all the time. They're loud, they make threats, but in the end, they're just talk. Her eyes flicked briefly to the door where Birdie had exited. They never learn. Naruto nodded, sensing that she was someone who had dealt with similar situations countless times before. So, what do you do around here? He asked, trying to engage her without coming off too eager. King's lips curved into a faint smirk. I handle problems, she said simply. Sometimes that means dealing with guys like Birdie. Other times, it's something more complicated. Naruto felt a strange sense of understanding. He was far from home, and though he didn't fully know the rules of this world, he sensed that King might be someone who could help him find answers, or at least give him some direction. Well, Naruto began, leaning forward with a glint of determination in his eyes, maybe I have a problem that could use some handling. Naruto sat across from King, his eyes scanning her figure carefully. He could sense something unique about her, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. She exuded strength, and her confidence was undeniable. Despite the initial tension in the air, Naruto felt a connection as he spoke to her. His tone remained friendly, warm even, as he said, Hello, my name is Naruto. May I know your name? King didn't immediately respond, but her eyes fixed on him with an assessing gaze. After a moment, she spoke in a calm, measured tone. You have guts and strength to attempt the same thing, or you're just not right in the head. Naruto, ever the optimist, chuckled lightly. I just want to be friends, so I don't need guts for something like that. He paused for a second, thinking about the energy King had used earlier. I want to ask, though. What is that energy you use? King blinked, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had felt something strange from Naruto when they spoke, but now, as he looked at her, she could feel it more clearly, an unrefined strength emanating from him. His energy wasn't fully controlled, but there was something raw and potent about it. What power? How did I not feel it before? King thought to herself, startled. She was quick to recover, her demeanor still calm. An enemy or just an admirer? Naruto noticed her change in expression, but he didn't overthink it. He smiled casually. I'm just curious. I've never come across something like that before. I want to know more. King considered his words before answering. It's called ki. It's the energy formed from the physical force of the body, and it requires extensive training to acquire unless you're a blessed individual. Her voice remained steady, with a hint of caution. She was no stranger to danger but sensed no immediate threat from him. Naruto listened intently, his curiosity growing. Thanks for the honest answer. I'm sorry to disturb you, but do you know where I can find more people who use ki, or any abilities like that? His gaze remained steady, though his mind was racing with possibilities. He had to learn more, to see if there was a way to harness this energy himself, or perhaps find a way back home. King leaned back in her chair slightly, considering his question. I know a few, but not many, and I can't share their information, as it's private. She gave him a pointed look before continuing, her voice calm but resolute. If you want to see different abilities, the King of Fighters tournament is your best bet. King of Fighters? Naruto echoed, confused but intrigued. What's that? King's lips curved slightly, as if amused by his lack of knowledge. The King of Fighters is a tournament that gathers the strongest fighters from all around the world. It's a place where you can see many different abilities. The last tournament ended on a bad note, but it became a worldwide phenomenon, and this time, it's going to be even bigger. Naruto's eyes lit up, his interest piqued. That sounds like something I'd like. But how do I get in? He paused, sensing there was more. I take it there's a catch? King nodded. You'll need a reputation to earn an invitation. I've never heard your name, so you'll need to enter smaller tournaments and street fights to get people's attention. She took a sip from her drink, her eyes never leaving him. Start from the ground up, and you'll eventually make it to the top. Naruto's mind was already racing. A tournament to prove myself? And I can learn more about ki along the way? That's perfect. I love a good challenge. He smiled brightly, not a hint of hesitation in his voice. Thanks for the explanation. Do you know of any tournament I can enter right now? King raised an eyebrow, taking in his eager expression. She studied him for a moment, her mind calculating. He looks like a rookie, doesn't know much about ki, and his control over it is almost non-existent. But his posture and presence tell a different story. He's had some combat experience, maybe more than he lets on. She set her drink down and nodded. There's a local tournament happening tonight. It's not much, but it's a start. You can enter there. It's a good place to get noticed, and you might even win a few fights. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Thanks, King. Naruto sat in his seat for a moment longer, focusing on his body. He could feel the faint leakage of chakra escaping his form, slipping out in small, undetectable amounts. His brow furrowed as he concentrated, and with a sharp exhale, he closed his eyes, focusing on drawing the energy back in, sealing it within himself. Sorry, I just have bad control, so it happens sometimes, he explained, a little embarrassed. King, sitting across from him, didn't seem too fazed by the slip. Her sharp eyes studied him, assessing his control, or lack thereof. She shrugged slightly and leaned back in her chair. No problem. At least it's not bad enough to cause damage to the surroundings. Naruto gave a relieved sigh. Thanks, I'll keep it under control. He then shifted the conversation, eager to move forward. Now, about the fight you mentioned. You said something about Zangief? King's lips quirked into a slight smile. She liked that Naruto didn't waste time on small talk. There's a fight going on close by where you can face Zangief. He's a very strong and durable fighter. His fighting style isn't that difficult to deal with, but one hit from him will hurt you a lot more than 10 hits from me, she said, her tone firm but not unkind. Naruto's eyes sparkled with interest as he listened. Is that so? Can you win against him? King gave him a pointed look, as if she had already anticipated his question. 6 out of 10, she replied matter-of-factly. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, considering the information. So he's strong. I'll check him out. Do you think beating him would earn me enough representative to get into the King of Fighters tournament? King's expression shifted to something more playful, yet practical. Beating just one guy isn't enough. Zangief might be a bad matchup for you, but you need to fight different opponents to build a reputation. NKOF is a team tournament, not a solo one. You'll need teammates. Naruto absorbed that with a frown, but his resolve was unwavering. Will you join me if I ask? The question hung in the air for a moment. King chuckled lightly, amusement dancing in her eyes. You should work on your reputation first, and then we'll see. I haven't decided if I'll join or not. Her voice was teasing but genuine. The boy before her reminded her a bit of Terry and Ryo. Confident, yet a little naive, with a burning desire to prove himself. Naruto smiled, undeterred by her playful refusal. Thanks. I'll pay you back for this favor, he said, standing up with determination. Without another word, he left the bar, heading toward the fight. He had already made up his mind about his next move. However, as he passed the door, his hand slipped into his pocket, and he pulled out a wad of cash. Not really thinking about the value of the money in this world, he set it down on the counter, leaving it behind. King watched him leave and then glanced at the money. A moment of hesitation passed before she sighed softly. He stole that money, didn't he? She muttered to herself. She wasn't sure whether to report the boy for petty theft, though. She knew it could lead to complications. Problems much bigger than a simple crime. Especially when dealing with powerful figures like Akuma or the Mishima family. It wasn't her business to police the world's misdeeds, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Naruto was a much bigger puzzle than he appeared. Guess I'll let it slide for now, she said quietly, watching the door swing shut behind him. Naruto's mind raced with thoughts of his training and future challenges as he made his way through the city streets. His feet barely made contact with the ground as he moved at impossible speeds. His perception of speed was skewed, however, as his enhanced abilities now felt like they were moving at a fraction of their full potential. Moving at what he thought was just 1% of his original speed, he was still able to cover miles within moments, almost as though the world around him was frozen in place. His thoughts on the change in his abilities were jumbled, trying to make sense of the sudden shift in his physical prowess. I don't know what happened, he mused. Why did I lose some of my speed but gain so much physical strength? The rapid fluctuations in his body's capabilities were perplexing, but Naruto wasn't the type to dwell too long on confusion. He adapted quickly and moved forward, looking for answers through action rather than contemplation. One thing was clear though, his chakra reserves had skyrocketed. With the Kyuubi no longer within him, he was free of the beast's constant drain on his chakra, and it had allowed his reserves to expand to levels far beyond what he had known before. The chakra used to contain Kyuubi's power is now free, he thought, his mind drifting toward the sheer magnitude of energy he now held. He realized that even the legendary Hashirama Senju might not have the same reserves as him anymore. The Kyuubi's power had subtly merged into his own, creating something new and uncharted. The thought excited him but also left him with more questions. He had no way of knowing the true limits of his new abilities. He would need to find a way to control and hone his power. After all, the Kyuubi's energy had been more of a guiding force than an ally in terms of refinement. I need to learn to control my techniques now, he reflected. With Kyuubi gone, I'll be able to use genjutsu properly if I train hard enough. His mind flickered with possibilities, and the usual excitement that surged in his chest at the prospect of new challenges and growth fueled his momentum. First things first, he thought as he remembered his immediate priorities. He had always enjoyed developing new techniques and improving old ones. I should practice the Rasengan with one hand, refine my high-speed movement, and get a handle on elemental control and replacement jutsu. All of this will be useful in the future. His goal now was to make sure his newfound strength and chakra weren't wasted but instead used efficiently to overcome the challenges that lay ahead. Even though he was in an unfamiliar world, Naruto had never been one to be bogged down by worry. He didn't know much about the threats in this world, but he assumed they would be far more concerned about him than he needed to be about them. The most important thing now was to focus on what he could control, improving his skills and finding a way to return home. As he neared the underground fight ring, the low hum of the crowd in the distance filled the air, urging him onward. Worrying will only slow me down, he reminded himself, his determination firm. The best way to move forward is to focus and stay sharp. Naruto's steps slowed as he approached the entrance of the ring, his senses tingling with the anticipation of what lay ahead. He had to prove himself in this strange world, and he would do it the only way he knew how, by facing the challenges head-on. The dimly lit underground arena buzzed with excitement, the noise of shouting spectators and the sickening sounds of violent blows echoing through the dark hallways. Naruto, now disguised in Kakashi's form, descended the stairs slowly. The guard had let him in with a respectful nod, though there was a subtle familiarity in their tone that made Naruto realize King had likely used this form before. She must have hidden her gender at times, Naruto thought, noticing the oddity of the situation. No one would dare mistake King for a man with her figure. Naruto's mind wandered briefly, but the sounds of the violent spectacle below pulled him into focus. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he could make out a scene that turned his stomach. The cage at the center of the room held a massive man, Zangief, who was effortlessly slamming his opponent to the ground with bone-crushing force. The sickening sound of a spine snapping made Naruto wince. But the crowd? They roared in excitement, feeding off the violence as if it were nothing more than a game. These people are crazy, Naruto thought, disgusted by their complete disregard for life. He had fought in many places, but the cruelty of this underworld was something else. Life was as cheap as the fighters who were thrown into the ring, and death wasn't even met with shock, only cheers. Walking forward with purpose, Naruto approached the stage, his gaze fixed on Zangief, who was calling for challengers. Next, is there anyone who dares fight me? Zangief's voice thundered through the space, his aura radiating raw power. Naruto raised his hand, his voice unwavering. I do. Zangief looked down at him with a smirk. Who? His eyes narrowed at the strange figure before him. Clearly, he didn't recognize Naruto's face, assuming him to be just another unknown fighter. Naruto, unfazed, met his gaze. I hope you're not just a big lump of meat, and actually have the strength to back up that confidence. His words were a challenge, a taunt that earned him a glare from Zangief. Without wasting another moment, Zangief lunged forward, attempting to hit Naruto with a powerful lariat. The move was telegraphed, slow in Naruto's eyes, and he easily sidestepped, slipping through the opening with a swift motion. As he moved behind Zangief, Naruto delivered a kick aimed at his back. The force of the strike was enough to crush an elephant, but Zangief absorbed the blow with ease. Though pushed back into the cage, he quickly regained his footing, his expression now serious. Fast and strong, Zangief thought, adjusting his stance. I'll need to catch him in a hold, or this fight will slip away from me. Naruto, meanwhile, analyzed the situation. He didn't want to kill Zangief, but he needed to put him down decisively. His enhanced strength, however, made it difficult to gauge how much force was necessary. I'll need to be careful not to overdo it, Naruto decided, his body already moving before Zangief had time to react. In a blur of motion, Naruto disappeared from sight, moving at speeds so fast the arena fell silent. He reappeared in front of Zangief, landing a blow to his stomach. The force was so overwhelming that Zangief was sent flying through the cage, crashing into the wall at the back of the arena. The impact was so violent that it caused injury to several of the spectators nearby. The crowd, for once, went silent in shock before erupting in an ecstatic roar. "OHHH!" They screamed, their excitement over the new challenger palpable. This fight, captured on high-quality cameras, was already becoming the talk of the underworld. The brutal efficiency of Naruto's strike made it clear to everyone that this was no ordinary fighter. Back in the shadows, a man with red hair watched the scene unfold, his eyes glowing with interest. "What do you think of that, young master?" A woman, her body sensually framed, asked as she leaned forward, watching the screen with intrigue. The man's lips curled into a smile as purple flames sparked in his hands. "He is good," he replied, standing up from his seat. "I will enjoy a fight with him." With that, he turned and left, intent on meeting the new challenger who had made his mark with a single, devastating blow. The underworld had just gained a new player, and the game would never be the same. Naruto stood still for a moment, cursing under his breath as he realized the mistake he had made. "Shit, I couldn't control it right. I hope he lives." The frustration from his unintended overuse of power lingered in his mind, but he quickly snapped himself out of it. He disappeared from the scene, his speed causing a blur as he moved faster than any normal human could follow. The cameras in the arena, designed to capture even the fastest of movements, failed to keep up as Naruto moved at his maximum speed. "I need to control this better." In a split second, Naruto found himself in an entirely different city, his haste carrying him far from his intended destination. The realization hit him instantly. "Now where am I?" Looking around, he saw a less crowded area than before, a quieter part of the city, and his earlier thoughts of returning to King began to feel like a distant regret. "I should have just gone to King," he thought, facepalming at his own carelessness. He had been so caught up in the moment that he forgot to consider his shape-shifting ability. "Well, it's done now. I'll go back once I've had a look around." With that, he shifted his appearance into Osamu's, opting for a casual orange hoodie and black jeans, clothes he had seen on someone earlier. As Naruto walked through the city, he found himself enjoying the sights and sounds of this new place. The food stands offered a variety of dishes, some familiar and others completely foreign to him. He found himself trying out all sorts of delicacies, savoring the tastes and the mix of cultures around him. As he wandered, he noticed people from different nationalities conversing in various languages, and for a moment, he couldn't help but marvel at how different this world was from his own. "These guys must have a hard time communicating when there are so many languages," Naruto mused, stuffing a handful of chips into his mouth. He appreciated the peaceful vibe of the city, realizing that he hadn't witnessed any crime or trouble. It was a stark contrast to the chaotic underground fight he had just left. As he continued his stroll, a sudden movement above caught his eye. Looking up, he spotted a figure leaping from rooftop to rooftop, agile and swift. The figure wore ninja garb, and Naruto's keen senses could tell she was of a low genin-level energy. Weaker than Zangief and King, he noted, his interest peaked but quickly fading. "Not worth following. If I did, it would cause trouble with her clan. Clans are always touchy about outsiders." He moved on, trying not to dwell on the figure, but his thoughts were interrupted when a voice suddenly spoke. "Be careful where you walk." Naruto froze, looking up to find himself almost colliding with a very feminine-looking man dressed in red clothes. The man had white hair, and there was something about him that immediately struck Naruto as strange. Despite the man's serene expression, there was an underlying danger in his aura that Naruto instinctively sensed. "Sorry," Naruto apologized, stepping aside to avoid the man. But as he did, he couldn't help but glance back. The man smiled at him, an unsettling grin that lingered in Naruto's mind. The man was soon joined by companions, and together, they continued on their way, giving Naruto a wave as they walked away. It was then that Naruto made the connection. He knows I'm a fighter. His instincts told him that this was no ordinary person, but Naruto wasn't one to pry into matters that didn't concern him. It would be rude to investigate people without cause, especially when they seem to be minding their own business. If he's good, he'll most likely show up around the tournament, Naruto reasoned, deciding to let the matter go. The encounter only deepened his curiosity, but he didn't feel the need to follow the man or his group. With a final glance around the unfamiliar city, Naruto made up his mind. It was time to head back, find his bearings, and figure out his next move. Naruto stood in the bar, a little surprised by the sudden attention his actions had garnered. King was sitting across from him, showing him a video on the official Street Fighter's website. He could clearly see the impact of his fight with Zangief. The footage was all over the internet, and his popularity was rising faster than he expected. You definitely did a number on that guy. It's all over the net and your popularity is climbing at a fast rate, King said with a smirk, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Naruto was still processing everything that had happened. So how many more do I need to beat? He asked, leaning in a bit, clearly eager for a real challenge this time. Not much, just 1 or 2 more, King replied, eyeing him carefully as she spoke. Zangief is good, but he's on the slower side, and he was taken by surprise. You can expect him to come after you next. Her tone softened as she analyzed him more closely, realizing that he still had a lot to learn about the world of combat sports. Nice guy, but it feels like he doesn't know much about the net or technology, she thought, a small frown forming on her lips as she studied his curious gaze. Did he live in the mountains like Ryu and his ilk? King mused internally, wondering if Naruto's secluded past might explain his lack of knowledge about the digital age. Naruto looked back at her, his curiosity evident. Really? Does he actually have some skill? His tone shifted slightly, as if he was asking more out of genuine interest than doubt. But something about the way King was looking at him made him uncomfortable, like she was seeing through him. Is she catching on to me? Naruto's mind raced, sensing her eyes linger on him. King let out a laugh, breaking his train of thought. Haha, of course, he does. Zangief is one of the best grapplers in the world, and his body is at peak durability. Not even tanks could injure him when he's serious. Your attack hit him when he was playing around, but by tomorrow morning, he'll be completely fine. King's expression shifted into one of quiet realization. She had figured it out. Naruto was like Ryu, someone raised far away from civilization with little to no knowledge of the modern world. Naruto blinked, processing her words. Isn't that too much? Heal so many broken bones in a single night? Does he have a healer beside him, or does he have a healing ability? Naruto asked, genuinely surprised. He had never thought that Zangief's durability could extend to that level, where the man could heal from broken bones overnight. King sighed softly, shaking her head as she leaned back. His body has strong healing properties. He's used to getting hurt. His path in martial arts is all about endurance and strength. So, sadly, this fight doesn't really count for the people. A lot of them will think it was just a fluke. Naruto frowned, processing this new information. What do you think? King hesitated for a moment before responding. I don't know, since I've never seen you fight for real. But from what I can tell, you have the advantage in energy and speed, so you'll probably win against most opponents. Naruto's curiosity was piqued even more now. Why don't we have a fight, and you can give me some advice on how to improve? You can also tell me who I can challenge and who I can't. A smile tugged at his lips. He wasn't just curious about her ability to help him. He was also intrigued by her as a fighter. If they were going to work together, it made sense for her to know more about him, at least in a limited sense. King's smile widened, a glint of interest in her eyes. Not a bad idea, but I have something better for you. She slid an iPhone across the table toward him. Take this, and I want you to take down some of my problems for me. Her voice was calm, yet there was a hint of mischief in her tone, as if she knew the task she was handing him would only further fuel his desire for action. Naruto blinked, staring at the iPhone with some confusion. He had seen people use them, but he had no idea how to operate one. What's this? Some sort of tech? He thought, though he didn't want to seem clueless in front of King. King noticed the confusion in his eyes and laughed softly. Don't worry, I'll show you how to use it. It's just a tool to help you get the job done. She leaned forward slightly, her voice softening as she added, Consider it a test of your ability to adapt. Naruto gave a nod, his interest piqued once more. Guess I'll have to learn quickly, he thought, the idea of taking down problems for King sparking something deeper in him. After all, this was a chance to prove himself not just as a fighter, but as someone who could handle more than just brute strength. Naruto leaned back slightly, still studying the iPhone in his hands, the weight of King's request not lost on him. He had been expecting something more straightforward, but now it seemed that she wanted to test him, perhaps more than just his fighting abilities. What kind of problem? Naruto asked, still unsure of what exactly he was getting into. King didn't hesitate, her voice cool and collected. There's a gang known as Mad Gear. They've been causing trouble in the city during the night. I know they're the culprits, but I don't have any proof. Fighting them alone is impossible for me. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism flickering across his features. He wasn't sure whether he liked the idea of being used for someone else's problems. Don't you think this is an inappropriate compensation for such a job? He asked bluntly, his tone tinged with caution. King met his gaze, unfazed. What do you want in return? She asked, leaning forward slightly, clearly curious about what kind of person Naruto was beneath his easygoing demeanor. Naruto's thoughts raced. He didn't want to steal, and he wasn't about to rely on anyone else too much. The solution came to him quickly. Supply me with food for a year, he said, his tone firm but reasonable. He didn't want to appear too demanding, but this request was fair considering the nature of what she was asking of him. King didn't bat an eye at his request. Okay, she said without hesitation, clearly willing to meet his terms. She had enough resources to feed another person without it being a problem. Naruto smirked, satisfied with the arrangement. Great, give me the details, and I'll deal with them tonight. King nodded in approval, clearly impressed with how easily Naruto navigated the situation. She wasn't sure whether he was just a simple, kind-hearted guy, or if there was something deeper lurking beneath the surface. She had seen many fighters, but Naruto's aura was different. He wasn't driven by anger or some hidden trauma like many of the others. I'll come with you, King said, her voice now softer, as though the idea of following him intrigued her. She wasn't about to let him handle this alone. Not just because she didn't trust him, but because she wanted to see what kind of person he truly was. Was he like Ryu, a wanderer with a quiet inner darkness? Was he a force of destruction like Akuma, or more like Jin Mishima, torn between two sides? Or was he, perhaps, something completely different, a lovable fellow like Ryo? Naruto turned to look at her, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You sure? I thought you didn't want to fight anymore. King smiled faintly, a knowing look in her eyes. I don't, but this isn't about fighting. I want to see what you're really made of. Naruto didn't argue. He was curious to see how she would react to the Mad Gear gang, and he had a feeling that King wasn't as innocent as she seemed. There was something about her that hinted at a deeper, more experienced fighter beneath her calm exterior. Fine then, Naruto said with a smirk, turning towards the door. Let's see what this gang is really made of. Naruto sat on the edge of the table, the phone in his hands as he swiped through pages of information, trying to make sense of this new world around him. He had quickly learned how to navigate the device with King's help, though he still felt like a child fumbling with advanced technology. King had noticed his confusion right away, and without hesitation, she had handed him a pile of books from her room. Each book seemed to hold more answers than he could possibly digest in a single sitting, but he was determined to catch up on everything he could. Through the pages, Naruto began to understand the nature of the world he had found himself in, Earth. It was a planet filled with ordinary people, much like his own world, but there were significant differences. The most notable of these differences was the concept of ki. In the ninja world, most people were like the citizens of Earth, ordinary people with no special abilities. The few exceptions were the chakra users, those born with the ability to manipulate chakra. Chakra was a mix of spiritual and physical energy, while ki, as he learned, was solely the physical energy. Everyone on Earth had the potential to learn how to use ki, though it wasn't an easy task. It required immense effort, and many people didn't have the talent or patience to learn it. Naruto had always known that not everyone in his world had chakra. In fact, the majority of people didn't. But this new understanding of ki intrigued him. It seemed like it was something anyone could tap into if they were determined enough, though it had become rare due to the difficulty involved in mastering it. The more he read, the more Naruto realized how much ki was intertwined with the world's martial arts. It was often passed down through clans, dojos, and secretive schools, far removed from the knowledge of the common people. He also saw that, like chakra, ki could be used for a wide range of abilities, enhancing the body, creating projectiles, and even manipulating energy. But what ki couldn't do was anything as fantastical as what chakra could. There were no mentions of summoning, teleportation, or manipulating the elements at will. The techniques were impressive, but they seemed to focus primarily on physical combat and energy manipulation. Naruto didn't just trust the books, however. He knew that not everything he read was the whole truth. There were rare abilities that weren't likely to be written down in a basic text. He would need to see for himself and experience this world firsthand to fully understand its limits. His mind turned to the 4 individuals at the top of this world, those considered the greatest threats to humanity, the most powerful and dangerous fighters. Kung Fu Ryu, Akuma, Jin Kazama, Kazuya Mishima, and Rugal Bernstein. These names were known throughout the martial arts world, their power legendary. They were considered monsters in combat, their abilities and strength far beyond ordinary humans. But their personalities were what made them even more dangerous. Kung Fu Ryu was the master of Hakioka-seiken, a revered martial artist who had taught the likes of Jeff Bogard, Geese Howard, and Terry Bogard. Unlike the others, Kung Fu Ryu was a kind-hearted man who lived far from modern civilization. He was a fighter who sought peace, and his power came from years of disciplined training. He had fought Akuma, defeating him without much effort, proving that there were still those in this world who could stand against the darkness. Then there was Akuma, a pure fighter who sought out the strongest opponents and killed anyone who dared to face him. His obsession with combat made him a monster, and his power had caused massive destruction, including sinking a small island. Akuma was a force of nature, and his hunger for battle seemed unquenchable. Jin Kazama was another dark figure, one whose inner demons had led him down a path of destruction. He wasn't just a fighter, he was a killer, and his power was terrifying. Kazuya Mishima, his father, shared a similar dark legacy, one that came with the Mishima bloodline. A family notorious for its ruthlessness. Rugal Bernstein, however, was perhaps the most dangerous. He wasn't just a powerful fighter. He had orchestrated the King of Fighters tournament, bringing together the strongest warriors from across the globe to test their might. He had been the one to defeat the head of the Kusanagi clan, a victory that cemented his place as one of the greatest threats the world had ever known. And when Kyo Kusanagi's team defeated him, Rugal, in his rage, had destroyed the ship where the final battle had taken place, leaving only destruction in his wake. Naruto could feel the weight of their power. The fact that these individuals were still out there, somewhere in the world, was a sobering thought. And while he had his own abilities, he knew that if he faced any of these monsters, it would be a test like no other. Naruto turned back to the pages in front of him, scanning over the rest of the information. Ki could do much of what chakra could, but there were clear limits. However, the martial world here was far more dangerous than anything he had ever encountered. Weapons like atomic bombs and missiles were commonplace, and they were more powerful than any jutsu he had ever learned. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Even though he had faced challenges before, there was something about the sheer destructive power of this world's weapons that made him realize how small he was in the grand scheme of things. The atomic bomb, the bomb that could level entire cities in an instant, was something he could never fight against. No matter how fast he was, how powerful his Rasengan or chakra abilities were, a bomb could destroy him just as easily as anyone else. And then there was Akuma, the man who had sunk an island with his power. It made Naruto think carefully about the true nature of this world and what he would need to do if he was ever going to survive in it. It's a lot to take in, Naruto thought, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his eyes. But I'll figure it out. I've always figured things out. He closed the books and stood up, his mind racing with everything he had learned. King had asked him to deal with Mad Gear, but now, it felt like he had to prepare for much more. The true threats of this world were out there, and one day, he might have to face them. Naruto's thoughts lingered on the promise he had made to himself, to his friends back home. Despite the challenges and the unknowns of this new world, he remained steadfast in his belief that one day, he would return home. He had been through a lot, but the way he approached life, always with hope, always with positivity, was what kept him going. But, in the depths of his heart, he was unaware of the great tragedy that had befallen his homeland. Konoha, the village he had sworn to protect, had been wiped off the map. The place that had been his home, where he had trained, fought, and built his dreams, no longer existed. What had caused the destruction? And who could be behind such an unimaginable tragedy? Naruto didn't know, but he would soon find out, in ways that would shake the very core of his being. The world, too, was moving towards something darker, something far beyond Naruto's understanding. The immortal queen, a force of unimaginable power, was awakening, her presence a looming shadow over the future. The balance of the world was about to shift, and with it, the struggles and choices Naruto would face would become far more complicated than he could ever anticipate. For now, Naruto was content to enjoy the peace he had found in this strange world. But little did he know, the world he had stumbled into was about to change forever, and he would be right at the heart of it all. He took a deep breath, letting the warm air fill his lungs. It was a new chapter, and while it had its challenges, Naruto was determined to face whatever came next. Naruto's senses sharpened as he and King made their way toward the harbor district, the area where the Mad Gear Gang had recently taken up residence in a warehouse. The tension in the air was palpable, the weight of anticipation making every step feel heavier. It was clear that King was cautious, her every movement precise, but Naruto could feel a subtle undercurrent of unease. The Mad Gear Gang, despite being a mere shadow of its former self, still commanded a certain degree of danger, especially in the underworld of Tokyo. The gang had once been a formidable force in Metro City, led by the ruthless businessman Belger, who had made a fortune off the suffering of others. He had controlled the city's crime syndicates with an iron fist, and though he had portrayed the Mad Gear Gang as a refuge for disillusioned youth, the truth was far darker. Belger's empire had been built on extortion, violence, and racketeering, with its tendrils reaching into nearly every aspect of the city's life, from its slums to its transport systems. They were a force to be reckoned with until the day they crossed paths with Mike Hager, the newly elected mayor, and found themselves caught between the fists of Cody and Guy, who had taken it upon themselves to rescue Hager's daughter, Jessica. The downfall of Mad Gear was swift. In the end, Belger was eliminated, and the gang's vast influence crumbled. The members scattered, each seeking their own path, whether it was in wrestling, law enforcement, business, or worse, trying to revive their old violent ways. The gang's remnants found themselves in a precarious state, their power diminished, but their resolve remained. They had taken root in Tokyo, where they had sunk into the underworld once again, dabbling in illegal wrestling matches, street fights, and shady dealings with criminal organizations like Shadaloo and Nest. As Naruto moved alongside King, his mind was busy processing the signals around him. The area was rife with energy, the strong vibrations of various individuals scattered across the harbor. He could tell, even without seeing them, that these weren't ordinary thugs. They had some form of power behind them. The Mad Gear members, though far from their peak, still carried a weight of violence with them, and they were clearly attempting to rebuild, to reclaim a bit of their former glory. Naruto knew he couldn't afford to be careless. He had been in plenty of battles before, but something about the situation felt different. The Mad Gear Gang may have been down, but they weren't out, and it seemed they had learned from their past mistakes. They were moving quietly now, taking covert actions to avoid attracting attention, but Naruto could still feel the tension. This was no longer a gang trying to make a name for itself. It was a desperate group of former criminals who had tasted power and were trying to recapture it. He glanced at King, who was leading the way. She was calm, collected, but there was a flicker of concern in her eyes. She knew how dangerous it could get. She had seen this kind of desperation before. These were people who were no longer trying to conquer the city. They were trying to stay relevant. The fact that they were now in league with other dangerous entities, like Shadaloo and Nest, meant they were not to be taken lightly. Naruto didn't want to rely on his clones for this encounter, not yet, at least. His clone-based fighting style had served him well in countless battles, and with each passing day, he felt it becoming more refined. But he was still in the early stages of developing this style. It was still raw, still evolving, and even though it was powerful, it required immense amounts of chakra. Jiraiya, in the past, had told him that once the style matured, no one could rival him in combat. But Naruto wasn't there yet. It was a part of him, but it was also a part of his growth. A tool he would continue to hone, but not use recklessly. There were other ways to assess the situation. As they neared the warehouse, Naruto's eyes scanned the area. The signals of varying strength, the fluctuations in the air, the subtle shifts in energy, it all pointed to a potential confrontation. He wasn't just walking into a gang's hideout, he was stepping into a brewing storm. The question wasn't whether there would be a fight, it was how big the fight would be. Would it be a small skirmish, a chance to test his strength and show the remnants of the Mad Gear Gang that they were no longer in control? Or would it escalate into something far more dangerous, something that could lead to the gang's revival? Naruto's confidence shone through as he declared his intention to go solo. King, ever the perceptive fighter, regarded him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. She had seen many young warriors with high spirits and unshakable confidence, but the real test came when the fight was upon them. The remnants of the Mad Gear Gang may have been fewer in number, but the core members were formidable. They had grown stronger since their initial defeat, each battle refining their power and pushing them to the limits of their abilities. In the world of combat, you either perished or evolved, and those who had survived Mad Gear's fall were now far from the same ragtag group they had once been. I am confident in my instincts and you are watching my back, so I got no worries. We're friends now, Naruto assured her, a genuine warmth in his words. King smirked, shaking her head with a wry smile. Hey, get back from the fight, and we'll see if we're friends. The young man was a curious mix of carefree and capable, with an easygoing demeanor that belied his potential. He hadn't shown any real negative traits so far, but in the underworld of fighting, that could quickly change. It's a promise, Naruto said, flashing a wide grin before leaping toward the warehouse, leaving King watching with a growing sense of intrigue. In that moment, King witnessed something extraordinary. Naruto didn't just jump, he flew. His leap covered more than 100 meters, and in a seamless motion, he landed at the entrance of the warehouse, making it look effortless. It wasn't as if such a feat was impossible, but the sheer ease with which he did it, without any damage to the ground beneath him, struck her as remarkable. King's thoughts raced. I thought he had bad control, but this is high-level key control. She had seen her fair share of fighters in her time, but the precision and control Naruto exhibited were something beyond what she had expected. It was a technique that high-level warriors learned when their power became too great, damage mitigation. In the warrior world, when fighters reached a certain threshold of power, their strikes could level cities and shatter the earth beneath them. There were methods to handle this, techniques that allowed fighters to mitigate the damage their own power would inevitably cause. Some enhanced their attacks, creating an environment that could withstand the shockwaves. Others, like Naruto, had the ability to directly enhance the surface they were standing on, absorbing the shock and preventing destruction. King had witnessed this ability in select warriors, and it seemed Naruto had mastered it. He most likely did the enhancement technique. There's no way he could have done the first one, King thought to herself. The first technique, which required complete control over the environment, was something that only the most elite warriors could use, rare, difficult, and extremely dangerous. But Naruto had used the second technique, enhancing the environment to handle the power he unleashed. What amazed King further was the subtlety of Naruto's control. Despite the immense force his jump would have generated, he had avoided causing any destruction. It was a basic ninja technique, a code of life for them. Every ninja learned to control the impact of their movements to avoid unnecessary devastation, and Naruto, with his vast chakra reserves, had mastered this balance. His speed was a testament to this training. His maximum speed, which was above Mach 100, could cause massive destruction with just the air pressure and friction alone, but Naruto had learned how to mitigate that effect, using chakra to cancel out the damage. It was the mark of a disciplined and experienced warrior. King's mind lingered on this realization. Naruto wasn't just a powerful fighter. He had the wisdom to wield his power responsibly, and that was something rare in a world filled with those who craved destruction and chaos. His level of control was something she hadn't expected, and it made her rethink her initial assessment of him. In the past, Naruto had indulged in his abilities, enjoying the thrill of his strength. He had run at full speed across deserts, watched the air catch fire from the heat of his movement, and seen the ground turn to glass beneath him. It was a fascinating, almost intoxicating experience. But over time, he had learned to temper this fascination, focusing instead on mastering control and meditation. It was Jiraiya who had guided him down this path, preparing him to learn Sage Mode and pushing him to deepen his understanding of nature and its balance. Naruto's wind control, in particular, had reached impressive levels, and he had only just begun to tap into the true potential of his chakra. As he prepared to face the remnants of the Mad Gear Gang, Naruto wasn't just relying on his power. He was relying on his discipline, the wisdom he had gained from years of training and the lessons learned from the path of the sage. His strength was more than just brute force. It was about control, precision, and understanding. And it was this understanding that would see him through the fight ahead. King watched him with newfound respect, realizing that Naruto wasn't just another overconfident fighter. He was someone who truly understood the responsibility that came with power. And as she took a step back, watching his back as he entered the lion's den alone, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for the young man who had already proven himself to be much more than what he appeared at first glance. Naruto's gaze swept across the men in leather clothing standing in front of him. He had just arrived at the wharfs, one of the primary Mad Gear bases in Tokyo. The air was thick with the scent of the ocean and the low hum of city traffic in the distance. The thugs blocking his way were clearly tough, but Naruto could sense the arrogance in their stance, a far cry from the kind of fighters he was used to. "Who are you? Don't you know this is our turf?" one of the men barked, a sneer twisting his lips. His voice was laced with condescension, as if he believed Naruto was some clueless outsider who had stumbled into a dangerous place. Naruto glanced around at the ragtag group of thugs, his expression cool and collected. Behind them was the warehouse, its broken windows and graffiti-tagged walls telling the story of the gang's rise to power. It was a far cry from the world Naruto had known, but it didn't faze him. The Mad Gear gang had taken over the local turf, running roughshod over other gangs. He had heard enough about them to know they were not to be underestimated, but neither was he. "I'm here to meet Poison. Why don't you bring her out?" Naruto said, his voice unwavering and full of confidence. He had heard about Poison's reputation. A fighter known for her agility, cunning, and ruthless fighting style. She was the new leader of Mad Gear, and Naruto was eager to see just what kind of fighter she was. One of the men smirked, and his tone turned venomous. "Kid, you should have left when we asked. It seems today you'll be swimming with the fishes." His words were cold, an implicit death sentence. He motioned to the rest of the group, signaling them to take Naruto down. The thugs, armed with steel knuckles, pipes, and daggers, rushed toward Naruto, eager to tear him apart. The once proud Mad Gear gang was now a shadow of its former self, but that didn't stop them from taking out their frustrations on anyone who dared to challenge them. The gang had grown bolder with the backing of some mysterious supporters, and their power had corrupted their judgment. Naruto, however, was unfazed. He stood perfectly still as the thugs closed in on him. His eyes narrowed, and his mind was already working, calculating the movements of each of the men. To him, their actions were nothing more than a slow-motion sequence. He had faced far worse, and the light speed at which his mind processed their attacks gave him an advantage that these thugs could never comprehend. Should have just listened, Naruto thought with a hint of disappointment. Without even needing to move from his spot, he launched into action. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by fallen bodies. Each thug had dropped like a ragdoll. The fight was over before it even began. There was no struggle, no challenge, just an overwhelming display of speed and skill that left the thugs unconscious on the ground. It was too one-sided to be called a fight at all. "Bravo, that was marvelous." A voice interrupted the silence, its tone dripping with mock admiration. Naruto turned toward the source of the voice, his keen senses already tracking the presence of others. Standing in the shadows, clapping slowly, was a woman in scanty attire. She wore high heels and carried an air of casual confidence as though she had seen it all before. Beside her were 5 other figures, each one more imposing than the last. There was Roxy, Poison's twin, her appearance almost identical to her sister's, save for the bright orange hue of her hair. She wore a black peaked cap, a tank top that revealed her midriff, and cut-off red jean shorts, paired with black high-heeled shoes. Her stance was relaxed, but there was a quiet intensity in her eyes. She, like Poison, carried a pair of handcuffs as a sign of her readiness for battle. Next to her stood Sodom, a tall man dressed in traditional samurai armor. His face was obscured by a kabuto mask, but his blue eyes were visible, cold and calculating. His outfit was adorned with the kanji for death on the front, and in his hands were a pair of jeet, weapons he had mastered over the years. The way he held them suggested decades of experience, and his presence radiated authority. Then there was Rolento, a muscular, athletic man with an intimidating scar running down his face. His solid white eyes and sharp jawline made him look like a man on a mission, and his military fatigues, red scarf, and chest harness filled with grenades gave him a dangerous edge. His green staff and grenades were ready for action, a sign that he was more than just a pretty face. Abigail, one of the giants of the gang, towered over the others at 3 meters tall. His massive frame looked like something out of a comic book, with tire shoulder bands and chains hanging across them. His dreadlocks framed his face, and his tire track-marked trousers made him look like a walking wrecking machine. He had a presence that could crush anything in his path. Finally, there was Hugo, another hulking giant who was similar to Abigail in size but wore a pink leopard print tank top and black studded wristbands. His long, messy black hair bounced with every step, and the thick chain hanging from his waist completed his fearsome look. He and Abigail were the physical powerhouses of the group, and together they were nearly unstoppable. This was the core of Mad Gear, a gang with a reputation that stretched across the city and beyond. The members, having risen from humble origins, were now ready to make their next move in their criminal empire. They were no longer the small-time crooks they once were. They had become powerful figures in the underworld, and it was clear that they would stop at nothing to maintain their influence. Naruto took in the sight of them, his calm demeanor never wavering. These were no ordinary thugs. This was a real fight, and he was ready. He had faced far worse in his time, and today would be no different. With a smirk, he took a step forward, ready to face the Mad Gear gang head-on. Naruto couldn't help but notice the way Poison carried herself. Every movement she made was deliberate and calculated, as if she were dancing rather than fighting. There was an undeniable sensuality in her posture, the way her body swayed with each step, and her eyes were calculating, looking for any opportunity to exploit a weakness. To the untrained eye, she might have appeared as nothing more than a seductress playing games with her enemies, but Naruto saw beyond that. She's definitely using her beauty to distract, but there's more to her than just that. She's very ninja-like in her approach. Her focus is sharp, Naruto thought, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed her. Poison was no mere street thug. Her body language screamed that she was well aware of her surroundings, ready to strike at any moment with deadly precision. "You must be Poison. I apologize, but I need to take you down," Naruto said evenly, his voice confident but not taunting. There was no malice in his words, just a cold, determined clarity. He wasn't here to make enemies. He was here to do what he had to do. The Mad Gear gang had risen to prominence through violence and fear, and Naruto wasn't going to let them grow any stronger. Poison tilted her head slightly, her lips curling into a sly smile. There was no anger in her expression, just amusement. "I don't think we have any hatred between us," she purred, her voice sweet and almost musical. She took a step closer to him, her presence overwhelming. "Why don't you join us? I'll make you a core member. You'd fit right in with the power we have here." Her voice had a kind of allure, the way it slipped through the air like silk. It was the kind of voice that could melt a weaker man's heart, turning his resolve into mush. But Naruto was no such man. His will was strong, forged through years of hardship and battle. There was no temptation for him in her words. Poison had thrown her bait, but it had no effect on him. "I didn't even flinch." She must be frustrated, Naruto thought, slightly amused by the situation. This wasn't the first time a woman had tried to use her charm to sway him, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. What was different here, though, was the skill in her movements. Poison wasn't just a pretty face, she was dangerous. Poison's expression shifted slightly, her eyes narrowing in surprise. "Weird," she muttered under her breath. He didn't even show a reaction. If Poison had met Ryu or Akuma before, she would have realized that Naruto shared a similar kind of calm, unshakable and unwavering. But even so, she was intrigued. There was something about him that didn't fit the usual mold of people who crossed her path. "I don't work for villains," Naruto said with unwavering confidence, his eyes meeting hers. He wasn't here to be swayed or cajoled. He had a job to do, and he intended to finish it. But even as he said that, his mind was already working, analyzing her. Poison wasn't a true threat, not yet, anyway, but she could serve as inspiration for something more. Before Poison could respond, her sister, Roxy, spoke up. "Hey sis, did your voice become weaker or is the guy a machine?" Roxy said, standing beside Poison, twirling a metal bat in her hands. The weapon was almost an extension of her, as familiar to her as Poison's whip was to her. The playful mockery in her voice was enough to suggest that she didn't take Naruto seriously. Naruto smirked, but he didn't take his eyes off Poison. He didn't flinch when Roxy spoke, his mind still focused on the task at hand. He needed to test Poison's reactions, see how she would move in a fight. If she was really as agile and skilled as the rumors suggested, then he'd be able to gauge the kind of opponent she was. Without warning, Naruto reached down and picked up a small pebble from the ground. He flicked it into the air, sending it hurtling toward Poison at near Mach 1 speeds. The small projectile zipped through the air faster than the eye could track, but Poison was already moving. In a swift and fluid motion, Poison whipped her chain from around her waist and flicked it toward the pebble. Her whip snapped through the air with lightning speed, and the pebble ricocheted off the metal with a resounding clang. Even as she attacked, her movements remained strangely sensual, almost hypnotic. The way her body flowed as she executed the attack was so fluid that it could almost be mistaken for a dance. Naruto's gaze hardened for a moment, impressed by her reaction time and the elegance of her movements. Impressive, but predictable. She's using her body's natural grace as a weapon, distracting me with her sensuality. But it's still just a distraction. Poison smiled again, clearly satisfied with her counter. "Won't you consider it?" she asked, her voice turning sweet again. "We're not so bad. You'd fit in well here. You could be one of us." She could already sense that the fight was going in a direction that wasn't in her favor. This was no ordinary opponent. The way Naruto had dispatched her underlings earlier, how relaxed he remained, screamed to her that she was facing someone with a depth of experience she had never encountered before. Naruto's posture remained unchanged. He wasn't distracted by her charm, and he wasn't in a hurry. He was calm, focused, and ready to face whatever she threw at him. In fact, he welcomed the challenge. There was no anger in him, no eagerness to defeat her. It was just a test, a chance to see how much she had grown and what techniques she might possess. And for the first time in a long while, Poison felt the unmistakable thrill of facing a true challenge. The tension in the air was palpable as the two sides faced off. On one end stood Naruto, relaxed and confident, while across from him stood the Mad Gear Gang, ready to unleash their coordinated assault. Relento was the first to make his move, a flash of motion as he drew a gun from his side and aimed it at Naruto. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The sound of gunfire rang out, but to everyone's surprise, Naruto didn't flinch. The bullets struck his body with a dull thud, but they did no damage. They simply bounced off and fell to the ground, as if his body was made of stone. His muscular frame, honed through years of rigorous training, absorbed the impact with ease. As Relento discarded the now empty gun, he tossed a handful of grenades toward Naruto. The explosive devices detonated around him, filling the air with violent blasts of fire and debris. But again, Naruto stood firm, taking the full brunt of the explosions without a scratch. His posture remained unchanged, showing no signs of distress. This is a test, Naruto thought, his mind focused. I need to understand the power of their attacks. How dangerous are they really? The explosion's force had no effect on his body, and while some of the debris hit him, it barely caused a ripple. As the smoke cleared, Naruto calmly surveyed his surroundings. Before Poison could respond, her whip lashed out from her waist, targeting Naruto's right arm. She used the full force of her enhanced strength to pull him toward her, leveraging the momentum to slam him into the air. Naruto didn't resist the pull, instead choosing to let himself be dragged toward the giants, Abigail and Hugo, who were waiting for him. As the two massive figures closed in, their bodies rippling with strength, they unleashed a twin lariat, their enhanced muscle mass sending a shockwave through the ground. The impact of their massive arms collided with Naruto's chest with the force of a tank. Naruto's body jerked violently from the force, and for a moment, it felt as if even his sturdy frame might buckle under the attack. But he quickly steadied himself, feeling the impact resonate in his chest but finding that it wasn't enough to break him, it wasn't enough to defeat him. The next attack came swiftly as Roxy, Poison's twin sister, appeared behind Naruto, swinging a metal bat reinforced with her ki-enhanced body. The bat made a sharp crack as it collided with Naruto's head, sending him flying through the air. But Naruto was already ready for the follow-up. He tucked his chin and braced himself, spinning in midair and landing deftly on his feet. Before he could even react, Sodom was on him, spinning in a rapid motion with his jeet raised high. The sharp weapons gleamed as they cut through the air toward Naruto, aimed at his chest. But Naruto's instincts kicked in, and he twisted his body just enough to evade the first strike, though Saddam's jeet grazed his arm, leaving a light cut in its wake. Naruto didn't flinch. He was too focused on the overwhelming power of their team-based strategy. It was clear that these fighters knew how to work together seamlessly. Each of them was a highly trained fighter in their own right, and their combination of brute force, speed, and precision made them formidable opponents. The Mad Gear Gang wasn't just a street gang. They were a team of elite fighters who had faced and survived battles against some of the world's most dangerous warriors, like Cody, Guy, Terry Bogard, and even Ryu. But despite their strength and teamwork, Naruto's durability was his greatest asset. The physical force they unleashed wasn't enough to harm him, not yet, anyway. It reminded him of his time preparing for the Chunin exams, when he trained tirelessly to improve his endurance and strength. But now, in a real fight, his experience had outpaced his former self. His body was a shield, and the attacks that would have shattered him in the past barely even registered. Yet Naruto couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. He realized something as he fought. These criminals, these outlaws, had better teamwork than my own team. His thoughts drifted for a moment to his own comrades. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi. But it was undeniable that his team's coordination lacked the smoothness of the Mad Gear Gang's. His strength was unmatched, but it wasn't just raw power that won battles. Teamwork, strategy, and cooperation were equally important. Even as his mind raced, he acknowledged that if he had a team as cohesive as theirs, the battles he fought would be even easier. It's something I need to work on, Naruto thought. His thoughts were clear, focused, but there was a hint of longing in them. He'd trained for years to hone his individual abilities, but seeing the Mad Gear Gang in action, working together as one fluid unit, made him realize that there was still much to learn. And with that realization, the fight was far from over. Poison, Roxy, Abigail, Hugo, Sodom, and Relento were still ready to test him, but Naruto was equally prepared. This wasn't just a battle of strength. It was a test of his growth, of his own potential. And no matter how much they threw at him, he was determined to keep rising to the challenge. The battle continued as the air crackled with tension, yet Naruto remained unfazed by the escalating attacks from the Mad Gear Gang. As Sodom's jeet slammed into him, Naruto's body barely flinched. The weapon, although strong, couldn't pierce his hardened skin, and the impact itself only felt like a mild tap. Naruto's chakra surged outward instinctively, creating a shockwave that sent Sodom flying away. As Sodom tried to recover, Naruto moved with fluid precision, pushing off the ground and slamming into his opponent midair. With his arms crossed in an X shape, Naruto's fist connected squarely with Sodom's abdomen before he had a chance to react. The force of the blow was enough to send Sodom hurtling across the battlefield and into the water nearby, skimming across its surface like a stone. The attack wasn't fatal, and Sodom hadn't fought back with full force, but the damage was enough to show that Naruto wasn't holding back entirely. He was allowing his opponents the opportunity to strike, trying to learn more about their tactics and improve his own skills in the process. This isn't even a real battle, Naruto thought, glancing at the gang as they regrouped. It was clear to him that his combat abilities outstripped their own. With his superior stats, he could end the fight with a Rasengan, but Naruto had no intention of making it that easy. He wasn't interested in a quick, one-sided victory. For him, this was a chance to test his techniques and grow stronger, not to dominate with raw power. Naruto knew that if he were to fight 6 opponents of equal strength, it would be much more challenging, and even then, he wouldn't rely on his overwhelming chakra reserves alone. While his taijutsu might not be the best in Konoha, his fighting experience and physical conditioning made him a formidable opponent, one who could withstand almost any attack. His persistence, stamina, and endurance had been forged in countless battles, each one making him more resilient. Roxy, her eyes widening in disbelief, turned to Poison and muttered, "Sis, look at this guy. He took everything we threw at him without even a scratch." Her voice held a hint of unease, the realization settling in that they were facing someone far beyond their level. Poison, typically calm and collected, was also taken aback. She had seen strong opponents before, but Naruto was different. He didn't even flinch, not even when their best efforts were directed at him. His relaxed stance suggested a level of control and strength that they couldn't begin to fathom. Ki enhancement, or maybe high-level ki control. Poison muttered under her breath. She was unsure, but she knew something was off. The way Naruto was hiding his chakra made it almost impossible to track. To an ordinary sensor, His energy would have been undetectable, but someone with a keen sense could tell he was holding back a significant amount of power. Naruto's understanding of chakra and ki was far more refined than most. His control over both was a constant struggle, especially early on. He had struggled with chakra control for years, but through rigorous training and sheer determination, he had gradually overcome his limitations. It was this precise control that allowed him to wield vast amounts of chakra without draining himself too quickly or overwhelming his body. This was why he focused not just on his reserves, but on his ability to mold and manipulate energy with finesse. "Fight without worry," Naruto called out, his voice casual yet filled with determination. He smiled warmly, his friendly demeanor contrasting with the chaos of the battle. "I just want to spar a little. I won't go too far or endanger your lives." As he spoke, he shrugged off his orange jacket, revealing the black shirt underneath with the signature orange spiral emblem. His orange pants and ninja sandals completed the outfit, his necklace resting casually around his neck. His relaxed posture belied the power he was capable of unleashing, and yet there was something inviting in his tone. Roxy, standing alongside Poison, shot a glance at her sister. The two were clearly trying to read the situation. They knew that Naruto wasn't about to go easy on them, but his words seemed genuine. Yet, there was an edge to them, one that hinted at the seriousness beneath the easygoing exterior. "Are you really going to hurt us, though?" Roxy asked, her voice dripping with mock innocence as she embraced Poison in a seductive pose. Her body language oozed confidence, a tactic they often used to destabilize opponents. "We're just fragile maidens, after all." Naruto's eyes didn't waver. He had seen it all before, the temptations, the distractions. But his resolve was unwavering. He had learned from his past mistakes, and he wasn't going to fall for the same tricks again. "Apologies, ladies," Naruto said with a chuckle, his grin widening. "But I'm no gentleman." His voice carried an easy confidence, and as he stretched his arm, his focus sharpened once more. The playful tone hid the deadly force that he was capable of unleashing at any moment. The gang understood that they were facing an opponent unlike any they had ever encountered. Naruto wasn't just strong, he was strategic, calculating, and capable of turning the tide of the battle with a single move. Despite their collective strength and teamwork, they knew this wasn't a fight they could win easily. It would take everything they had to even challenge him. Naruto's response to Roxy's seductive taunt was calm and unflinching, his tone playful yet carrying a clear warning. "Well, no, I don't really have any proof of your actions, so I'm just here to show you the consequences of those actions." His words, though lighthearted, held an ominous edge. To an outsider, his smile might have seemed like a gesture of goodwill, but to those who knew the stakes, it was a subtle reminder of the violence he could unleash. Roxy, in her usual confident manner, responded with a provocative question. "You're going to harm us? Don't you feel sorry for hurting such fragile maidens?" she asked, her words dripping with seduction as she embraced Poison, her body language dangerously enticing. The aura of confidence they projected was enough to destabilize anyone with less willpower, but Naruto remained stoic, unaffected by their attempts to manipulate him. His past experiences had taught him to remain vigilant. He wasn't about to make the same mistake again. After all, he had learned the hard way how dangerous it was to let his guard down, particularly when dealing with such tricks. His thoughts briefly flashed to the time when he had almost died from chakra being drained by a woman's seductive charm. His first kiss, of all things. It was a painful memory, one that kept him grounded. "Apologies, ladies, but I'm no gentleman," Naruto chuckled, his voice filled with a playful defiance as he began to move forward, his hand outstretched. Before he could make his next move, however, the gang's counterattack was swift. Hugo and Abigail charged at him, forcing him to dodge their strikes. Rolento, not one to be outdone, used his staff in an attempt to sweep Naruto's legs. With agility honed from years of combat, Naruto effortlessly leapt into the air, his body moving fluidly as he landed a powerful kick to both Hugo and Abigail, sending them crashing to the ground. But Poison wasn't about to let him off that easily. Her whip lashed out, grabbing hold of his left leg. However, Naruto had anticipated this and spun, using his enhanced body to prevent her from pulling him away. With a quick shift, Poison used the force of his movement to slide on the ground, aiming for his head with a well-placed heel strike. Her aim was precise, targeting the area just above his eye, but Naruto's instincts kicked in at the last moment, causing him to dodge slightly. Despite his best efforts, Poison's heel connected with his forehead, breaking the skin and causing blood to trickle down. The force was enough to momentarily throw him off balance, but Naruto quickly righted himself, pushing against the bat that came swinging at him. Before he could fully recover, Roxy moved in, her senses linked with Poison's in a near telepathic connection. Relento followed suit, launched by Hugo into the fray. Seeing the incoming attack, Naruto jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding Roxy's strike. He blocked Relento's staff with his forearms, but the force of the blow still rang through him. Reacting swiftly, Naruto seized Relento by the arm and yanked, popping the man's shoulder out of its socket. Relento, refusing to scream, was sent hurtling to the ground, where Naruto's foot connected with his face, sending him flying in a spectacularly brutal fashion. Boom! The sound of Relento's body crashing to the ground echoed, signaling his removal from the fight. Sodom had returned, but it didn't seem to matter. Naruto was learning quickly, adapting to the movements of his opponents and fine-tuning his chakra control. His body was different now, stronger but slower than he was used to, a condition he had to adjust to before facing a truly dangerous battle. On the other side, the gang was starting to realize the gravity of the situation. Poison, now eyeing Naruto with renewed caution, recognized that they were in over their heads. Despite their combined efforts, Naruto remained undamaged, and even though Abigail and Hugo might be able to land a powerful hit if they coordinated their attacks, it wasn't a guarantee. He had been playing with them so far, but now they were seeing the real challenge in front of them. "Who are you?" Poison asked, her voice laced with genuine concern. "Why did you target us specifically?" Naruto wiped the blood from his forehead, revealing his unscathed skin. "Naruto Uzumaki, the 6th Hokage," he answered, his voice light but filled with intent. "I targeted you because someone asked me to do so, and I need some live practice. Is that good enough, or do you have more questions?" His playful attitude masked the seriousness of the situation, as his chakra began to adjust instinctively. Despite his seemingly laid-back demeanor, Naruto was fully aware of the stakes. His healing factor, while not as powerful as it once was with Kurama's chakra, still allowed him to recover quickly from minor injuries like broken skin or bruises. It wasn't enough to regenerate whole limbs, but it was more than sufficient to keep him in the fight. The gang had underestimated him, and now they were beginning to understand just how dangerous this confrontation had become. The title, 6th Fire Shadow, was unfamiliar to Poison. She had traveled extensively and met many powerful figures, but she had never encountered this specific title before. She couldn't place it, but that didn't concern her too much. The situation at hand was what mattered now. Their team had been bested, and it seemed the only viable option was to yield. "We give up. We will obey the laws and take you as our boss. You are stronger than us and still very young. You wouldn't mind having us for subordinates for minor tasks?" Poison proposed, her voice calm, almost resigned. She and her group had been thoroughly outclassed by Naruto's sheer power, and she could sense that there was little hope left for them to turn the tide. The others, including Roxy, remained silent, their faces reflecting a mix of respect and understanding. This was no longer a battle they could win. Naruto paused, surprised by the sudden shift in Poison's demeanor. He had expected an apology or a vow of obedience, but the suggestion to become his subordinates was entirely unexpected. It was a bold move, one that seemed both pragmatic and strategic. They weren't begging for mercy or making excuses. They were simply acknowledging their defeat and proposing a new path forward. Looking at the two women kneeling before him, Naruto studied them carefully. There was no malice in their posture, no hidden tricks in their actions. They had genuinely given up, at least for now. It was an interesting situation, one that he hadn't expected. The gang of powerful individuals, who had initially seemed intent on fighting to the bitter end, were now offering to serve under him, likely with hopes of gaining strength and favor in the process. "I will still use you as sparring partners, though," Naruto said, his voice light and casual, though his words carried an unspoken authority. He wasn't the type to allow anyone to simply submit to him without understanding the terms of that submission. "We don't mind. Battles help us grow, and fighting you, boss, will definitely give us a boost," Roxy answered, her voice confident and eager. The word, boss, seemed to roll off her tongue easily, and Naruto noticed how the two women's body language shifted, no longer presenting themselves as enemies but as subordinates seeking a chance to grow. Naruto tilted his head slightly, considering her words. He wasn't completely sold on the idea yet, but it wasn't a terrible offer either. Having skilled individuals to spar with could only help him refine his own abilities. Moreover, the idea of leadership wasn't new to him. After all, he was already the Hokage, and this could be good practice for managing others on a more personal level. Fine, I accept, he said, though he was careful to set clear boundaries, but this will be different from what you expected. I will carve a seal on your bodies that will allow me to track your exact location. Poison's eyes widened as the implications of his words sank in. The thought of a seal that could track their movements was chilling. It meant they could never escape Naruto, not if he chose to pursue them. There would be no running from his reach, no matter how far they traveled. However, Poison wasn't deterred. She saw this as an opportunity, a chance to grow stronger under the tutelage of someone as powerful as Naruto. With his strength and youth, they could push past their limits, grow beyond their peak, and achieve power without fearing for their lives. He might not allow them to engage in illegal activities, but they could still guide him in subtle ways to help him gather the strength they all desired. We accept, boss. I will never betray your trust and will serve you morning and night, Poison responded, her words dripping with a sensual undertone. Naruto, ever aware of the implications of such phrases, couldn't help but take a deep breath to steady himself. He wasn't blind to the subtle suggestiveness in her tone, and while he wasn't naive, he didn't have time to indulge in such distractions. There won't be a need for that, he said, shaking his head, trying to focus on the task at hand. He gestured toward the two giants, Hugo and Abigail. For now, let's continue. You two, come at me with full power. Poison nodded to her comrades, and the two giants immediately rushed forward, their massive bodies charging with intensity. They moved in tandem, their ki cladding their fists and amplifying the power behind their strikes. Naruto could feel the pressure of their approach, the power building between them as they closed the gap. Naruto didn't move, waiting for the right moment. As the first giant's fist came within range, he pushed his chakra outward in a burst, clashing his smaller fists against their much larger ones. The impact was enormous, and Naruto's bones groaned under the strain. His hand bled as the veins in his arm burst from the sheer force of the collision. His muscles screamed, but he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay grounded. He had tried a technique similar to what Tsunade and Sakura used, the power-enhancing technique that allowed a smaller frame to hit far harder than it naturally could. It was a dangerous technique. If he wasn't careful, his body could tear itself apart. But he had control over it, and though the pain from the shattered bones was sharp, it wasn't enough to disable him. Damn, Naruto muttered through clenched teeth, his hand bleeding from the exertion, but he held his position, eyes narrowing as he maintained his focus. Despite the damage to his hand, he was still standing. As the two giants were sent flying, crashing into crates in the nearby warehouse, Naruto looked down at his injured hand. The blood was already beginning to clot, his Uzumaki healing factor working swiftly to restore him. The technique was still a work in progress, and even though he had trained with it, he was far from mastering it. Looking up, Naruto took stock of his surroundings. His sparring partners were down, but there was still much to learn from the encounter. For now, the lesson was clear. Power was one thing, but control and technique were just as important. Naruto's smile lingered for a moment, a sense of satisfaction from the workout he had just completed, when he suddenly stopped mid-turn. His gaze shifted, narrowing slightly as something, or rather, someone, caught his attention. Poison and Roxy, who had been watching him closely, turned around as well, their expressions flickering with confusion and curiosity. Through the wreckage, a figure emerged, walking with a languid, almost disinterested pace. The girl wore a black and red dress, the Gothic design making her presence immediately striking. Her red eyes glinted with a hint of something otherworldly, a sharp contrast against the starkness of her black hair. As she stepped forward, her outfit and features grew more defined, the flowing black dress, adorned with red accents, billowed lightly as she moved. But what truly captured their attention were the horns protruding from the sides of her head, a striking red that stood out against her dark hair. The most remarkable thing about her appearance was the black tattoo that spiraled down her back, stopping just between her shoulder blades. It was intricate, almost like a living mark, seeming to pulse slightly with dark energy. The tattoos were the first clue that she was no ordinary person. She muttered under her breath, a tone of sleepiness hanging in her voice. So sleepy, how long has it been? The girl mumbled, her voice soft but carrying a strange weight to it, as though the words themselves were somehow imbued with power. Poison and Roxy, still processing the situation, couldn't tear their gaze away from the girl's horns. She is not human. What is she? Poison thought, her heart picking up pace as she noted the resemblance to something more dangerous. The horns weren't a simple accessory. The feeling of dread in the air grew palpable. Roxy's voice was barely above a whisper, but it was filled with fear. It's the devil. Her words were almost an instinctive response to the overwhelming aura the girl radiated. Poison couldn't help but agree. The presence of the red horns triggered memories of legends, of Jin Kazama, the devil of the battlefield, a figure shrouded in darkness and chaos, known for his black horns and destructive power. Naruto, however, didn't seem to react as strongly as the others. His posture remained neutral, although his eyes tracked the girl with interest. He had seen plenty of strange individuals, and his experiences had taught him not to jump to conclusions. But even so, he couldn't ignore the unsettling energy emanating from her. Something about her felt dangerous, like she was more than just a mere human. The idea of her being some form of demon crossed his mind, but he didn't give it voice just yet. The girl seemed oblivious to the tension in the air, her movements languid as though she hadn't noticed the destruction around her. As she approached, her red eyes scanned the group, eventually landing on Naruto. There was a flicker of recognition in her gaze, but it quickly faded. Naruto's expression shifted slightly. He had learned not to trust appearances, especially when it came to creatures that were more than they seemed. But this wasn't a fight he was prepared to start, not yet. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, his voice calm, yet carrying the weight of authority. "So, who are you?" Naruto asked, his tone both curious and cautious. Naruto's mind was sharp, every muscle tense as he analyzed the girl before him. Her lack of response to the threat posed by him and the others only heightened his suspicion. There was something about her, something dark, something dangerous. Her aura radiated an intense energy that Naruto couldn't ignore. She was strong, likely much stronger than any of them. Her complete disregard for the others around her suggested she either didn't view them as threats, or, perhaps, she simply didn't care at all. An enemy or not? Naruto thought to himself as he observed her movements, staying vigilant. His eyes flicked toward Poison, who was visibly unsettled, the fear evident on her face. She was a warrior, no stranger to danger, but even she couldn't mask the terror that gripped her at the sight of this woman. In a split second, Poison realized the vast disparity in power between her and this mysterious figure. "I hate this feeling of weakness." The feeling of being inferior, Poison thought bitterly, her instincts screaming at her to retreat. But there was nowhere to go. The others, too, shifted nervously behind Naruto, recognizing that their only hope of survival lay with him now. They had been powerless against Naruto earlier, but at least he had kept them alive. In contrast, this woman. If she was indeed like Jin Kazama, they were no match for her. Poison had seen the records, the horrors that Jin had unleashed on those who dared to challenge him. A single hit had been enough to obliterate anyone who stood in his path. The group instinctively moved behind Naruto, their hope now resting on him as their protector. Poison's thoughts were conflicted. Her first instinct was to preserve her own life and that of her team, but deep down, she couldn't help but feel that if they were going to survive this, they would need more than just Naruto's strength. They needed a miracle. "Please, let us at least escape," Poison silently prayed, her eyes darting nervously between Naruto and the girl with horns. Her team had been through so much together, and despite the tension and fear, they were family. Her sister, Roxy, Hugo. These were people she had spent years fighting alongside. Losing them now would be a devastation she couldn't bear. Naruto didn't share their fear, though. He wasn't intimidated by the girl's demonic presence. In fact, as he watched her carefully, a small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. There was something about the challenge, the rush of facing someone so powerful, that excited him. This was the kind of battle he had been craving. The moment came. Her move. She struck quickly, faster than expected, her hand reaching for his face in a flash. But Naruto was prepared. His reaction was swift, a movement born from years of battle experience. He dodged her hand effortlessly, his body twisting in the air as he kneeled down and struck her chin with a powerful knee. The blow hit with a satisfying crack, sending her body flying backward, her head snapping upwards. But Naruto didn't stop there. He followed up with a swift kick to her side, launching her further into the air. She went sailing through the air, crashing to the side as Naruto's smile widened. There was no mistaking it now, this woman, whatever she was tough. Her body was resilient, and despite the solid blows, she barely seemed to falter. Very durable, Naruto thought, noting her surprising resistance to damage. She wasn't going down easy. But that only made him more eager. He wanted a worthy opponent, someone who would challenge him. As the girl began to descend, Naruto didn't hesitate. He locked onto her with a fierce determination, his chakra swirling around him as he propelled himself into the air. He moved quickly, far quicker than before, his body propelled by sheer will and raw energy. Before she could hit the ground, he was already on top of her, crashing down with incredible force. His legs planted into her abdomen, sending her plummeting into the concrete below with a deafening impact. The ground trembled beneath the force of the collision, a crater forming where they landed. The air was thick with the aftermath of the explosion, the shockwaves spreading outward as the dust and debris swirled in the wake of the impact. Naruto stood tall, his body still emanating the intensity of the battle. His eyes locked on the girl beneath him as he took a moment to savor the rush of finally facing someone powerful, someone who wasn't just another opponent to be dealt with in seconds. Naruto grinned, his adrenaline spiking. He had found a worthy adversary at last. Finally, someone strong enough to make this interesting, he muttered under his breath. Naruto had undergone a long and arduous journey, one that had not only sharpened his physical abilities but also helped him refine his spirit. Over time, he had learned to let go of the darkness that had once weighed heavily on him. The burdens of the past, the pain of loneliness, and the anger that had consumed him for so long began to fade. In their place, Naruto discovered a new purpose, a deeper understanding of the world and his role in it. The journey had been transformative. He had come to learn the complexities of the world, its struggles, its beauty, and the harsh realities that its people faced. He understood now that being a ninja wasn't just about killing or fighting for survival. Ninja were not assassins, they were tacticians, masters of stealth, espionage, and manipulation. Their true strength lay not in brute force but in using their minds to outwit enemies and complete missions, whether those missions required violence or not. Naruto had always been taught that a ninja's job was to protect the innocent, and though he had always been proud of his role, it was clear now that a ninja's path wasn't as simple as being a killer. Assassins, on the other hand, took lives without hesitation, and while ninjas sometimes killed in defense or during certain missions, it was not a necessity. Naruto had killed, but only those who truly deserved it, people like Orochimaru, and eventually Kabuto, once his time came. Jiraiya had been his guide throughout all of this, teaching him not only the strength to face the future but the wisdom to avoid the mistakes of the past. He had spoken of the cycle of hate, how it perpetuated suffering, and how Naruto could break that cycle. In time, Naruto began to understand that the greatest gift he could give the world was peace, and if he could achieve that, he would be remembered as the greatest Hokage to ever live. The weight of that responsibility had taken time to fully sink in. The world was filled with suffering, and Naruto, having tasted pain and loss firsthand, knew that healing it wasn't a simple task. But through that pain, he found a new purpose, one that was not just about fighting but about healing, protecting, and ultimately, changing the world for the better. By the final months of his journey, Naruto had found his true calling. He had learned to embrace the beauty of the world, to savor the little moments, and to let go of the negative emotions that had once ruled him. He was a warrior, yes, but not just a killer. He was someone who could look beyond the bloodshed and see the bigger picture. When he returned, his friends were shocked by the transformation. He looked so much like his father now, his appearance, his demeanor, even his strength. He had changed so much in such a short time, and everyone could feel it. The boy who had once been unpredictable, childish, and wild had grown into a calm and focused man. However, there was no time to dwell on the past. The battle with the mysterious woman, who, as it turned out, was far more than she appeared, had reignited something deep within him. She was strong, far stronger than anyone he had fought in recent memory. And as he faced her now, he realized that she wasn't just any random opponent. She had a purpose, a power that transcended the ordinary. As Naruto dodged her initial attack, he felt the thrill of the fight, a sensation that had become rare for him lately. His leg had been caught in her powerful grip, and though he managed to break free, the wound left behind from her claws was deep. The dark energy radiating from her nails was unnatural, reminding Naruto of a time long ago when he had faced something similar in the land of demons. That dark, malevolent energy had almost consumed him once before. Her claws were covered in this dark, almost repulsive aura, and as Naruto covered the wound with chakra to prevent any demonic infection, he couldn't shake the eerie feeling that this woman wasn't just a mere fighter, she was something far more dangerous. "Are you from the demon world?" Naruto asked, his voice steady despite the burning pain in his leg. He was careful not to show weakness, even though every instinct told him this fight wasn't going to be easy. The woman, Eliza, blinked slowly, almost lazily, and then yawned. It was a strange and unsettling sight. She licked her claw, savoring the blood, and Naruto couldn't help but feel disgusted. She moaned in pleasure, the sound thick with sensuality, and it caught Naruto off guard. It reminded him of a perverted encounter from a past tournament, a moment he would rather forget. But he quickly shook off the thought, focusing on the fight. There was a change in the air around her. Her power was rising, her aura shifting, and her red eyes now gleamed with a predatory hunger. Naruto's instincts screamed at him that she was preparing for something big. The desire to fight, to overpower him, was palpable. Naruto stood his ground, feeling the dangerous shift in her presence. The moment of hesitation was gone. Now, this battle was personal. She was no longer just a formidable opponent, she was a creature from another world, and her power was only growing stronger. Her red eyes locked onto him, and in that instant, Naruto understood the nature of her predatory intentions. This wasn't just a fight. This was a test of will, and Naruto was determined not to back down. Naruto stood in the center of the battlefield, his mind sharp and focused. He had fought many opponents in his time, but none like this. The woman before him, Eliza, radiated an ominous energy that sent a chill down his spine. Her delicate, seemingly fragile appearance contrasted sharply with the dark power that flowed through her. Her claws were still covered in the blood she had savored, her red eyes glowing with a predatory gleam that promised danger. King, who had been observing from the sidelines, couldn't remain passive any longer. She stepped forward, her body poised for action. "Naruto, she is a vampire. Don't let her catch you," King warned, her voice steady and firm despite the tension in the air. With a swift motion, King's leg snapped, releasing cutting key blades that shot toward Eliza with deadly precision. The attack, capable of slicing through metal with ease, should have overwhelmed any ordinary opponent. But Eliza's reaction was nothing short of astounding. Her hands, delicate and unassuming, moved with a fluid grace to intercept the attack. The key blades, which would have easily cleaved through anything in their path, were stopped with a mere slap of her palm. The force of the block sent the key blades careening back toward King. Already prepared for this, King leapt away, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectiles. The blast of ki that followed, however, was too powerful. It obliterated the surroundings, collapsing the building they stood near as it carved through the concrete and steel with ease. Eliza's eyes glinted with amusement as she observed the destruction. Her senses seemed to come alive with the power of the battle. She could feel the blood pumping through Naruto's veins, the power of his spiritual energy. It was intoxicating. She had been waiting for this moment for centuries. Her hunger, once dulled by her prolonged slumber, had awakened in full force. Eliza's thoughts raced as memories of her long, deep sleep surfaced. She had once been a powerful vampire, feared and revered in her dark world. However, when she found herself trapped in the human world, her powers had begun to fade. She had tried to restore herself by feeding on the blood of others, but it wasn't enough. What she needed was the blood of someone with a powerful spiritual force, something that could bring her back to her former glory. But such a person seemed impossible to find, until now. Naruto, with his boundless energy and formidable presence, was exactly what she had been searching for. "Finally, I have found you," Eliza purred, her voice thick with longing as her eyes fixed on Naruto with hungry intensity. Naruto, sensing the threat in her gaze, couldn't help but respond with his usual playful nature. "Why don't you introduce yourself first before looking at me like that? My maiden heart feels very shy now." He chuckled, but inside, he was calculating his next move. He had dealt with powerful enemies before, but this was different. Eliza's power was unlike anything he had encountered. "My name is Eliza," she replied, her tone languid and seductive. "And you, my dear, look like a treat. Why don't you let me have a drink? You're really too delicious. I've never come across such a fine dish in my long life." A shiver ran down Naruto's spine as he watched her eyes glimmer with an almost childlike anticipation. "What are you?" he asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and caution. "I am a vampire," Eliza answered, her words slow and deliberate, as if savoring the very idea of her existence. She flashed a wicked grin before she moved. Faster than anyone could track, her form blurring as she shot toward Naruto. The ground beneath her cracked and shattered from the force of her speed, and the air around her exploded in a sonic boom. It was clear that Eliza was no ordinary vampire. She was a force to be reckoned with, and her speed alone was enough to overwhelm anyone in her path. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he saw the attack coming. His instincts kicked in immediately. With a quick hand sign, he summoned his clones to shield the others from the shockwave of Eliza's movements. The clones moved quickly, grabbing King, Poison, and the others, pulling them to safety as the ground continued to rumble beneath them. "Interesting ability," Eliza murmured, her voice filled with curiosity as she watched Naruto's clones swiftly evacuate the bystanders. Her predatory gaze never wavered from him, and she was clearly excited by the challenge he presented. King, hovering nearby, called out, "Naruto, do you need help?" Poison, ever the opportunist, also spoke up, offering her assistance. "Boss, we can help out if you need." Naruto shook his head, his expression calm and determined. "I can handle it. You guys get to safety, and I'll meet you later." His clones continued to move the others away from the battlefield, but Naruto remained, his attention fixed solely on Eliza. The atmosphere around them crackled with tension as both combatants sized each other up. Eliza, with her vampiric strength, speed, and predatory instincts, and Naruto, with his unique blend of ninja techniques, chakra, and battle-hardened skill. The fight had only just begun, and already it was clear that this would be a battle like no other. Eliza's grip on Naruto tightened, her arms like iron bands, yet her touch was surprisingly gentle. She spoke with a hint of both hunger and allure, her words dripping with desire. "Are you finished?" Naruto, breathless but not defeated, managed a smile. "Yes, thanks for obliging to my request." Her smile widened, but there was something almost predatory in it. "I do not want weaklings to ruin my meal." In an instant, her right leg shot up, aiming for his chin with a powerful kick. Naruto barely had time to react as she caught his hands in hers, but he quickly countered with his own leg, blocking her attack. The sheer force of the impact sent tremors across Naruto's body, his muscles straining under the power of her kick. It was immediately clear to him that her physical strength surpassed his, even with his chakra-enhanced body. Her base power was higher, and with the dark energy she wielded, the difference was magnified. Naruto, however, was no stranger to fighting opponents with higher stats. This wasn't a new challenge for him, even if the fight was more difficult than most. Eliza's movements were swift and fluid, and before Naruto could fully regain his balance, she lunged forward with a headbutt. He quickly braced himself, but she was faster. Pulling back, she ensnared him in a bear hug, her grip tightening around him like a vice. The force of it made Naruto's vision blur for a moment, but he refused to show weakness. Both of them crashed to the ground, Eliza pinning Naruto beneath her. Her body was a weight pressing down on him, but there was something almost paradoxical about the situation. Her closeness, her scent, everything about her was alluring. Yet, her strength was overwhelming. As she mounted him, her eyes locked onto his with an intensity that was both beautiful and haunting. "What are you going to do?" she purred, her voice soft yet filled with dangerous intent. Naruto, slightly breathless, stared into her eyes. "Are you not scared that I was planning to kill you?" she asked with a teasing smile, clearly enjoying their interaction. "No, I don't feel your desire to kill," Naruto replied, maintaining a calm expression despite the intense pressure of her hold. Eliza's smile faltered slightly, but her gaze remained fixed on him. "I need you alive. There is no other person who can give me what you have. So let's come to an agreement," she said sweetly. "I don't want your taste to be ruined by despair. I'll let you live, and you'll feed me. Is that clear?" Her words, spoken with such charm, made Naruto hesitate for a moment. She looked so innocent in her expression, but there was a darkness lurking beneath that beauty. The aura of power she exuded was unmistakable. Despite her sweet demeanor, Naruto couldn't ignore the danger she posed. She was not just a vampire. She was a predator, and he was her prey. But before he could even react, Eliza's legs coiled around him like a snake, and in an instant, she had him trapped. She applied more pressure, pushing his head into a chokehold while her legs secured his arms. His body was pinned, and with alarming speed, she sank her fangs into his neck, drawing blood. Naruto's immediate reaction was surprise. He had expected pain, but instead, he felt a strange wave of pleasure coursing through him. It was disorienting. His body wanted to resist, but the sensation was almost overwhelming. Her dark energy seeped into him, clouding his mind, slowing his movements. Damn, how stupid of me. Naruto berated himself silently. He had forgotten the importance of eye abilities, thinking they wouldn't apply in this new world. But Eliza's control over him, her ability to manipulate him with that aura, was too much to ignore. Naruto's body felt heavier as he fought against the pull of the vampire's influence. But despite the pleasure clouding his mind, he focused. I will not give in, he thought, narrowing his focus. His chakra began to surge outward, forming a golden aura around him as he pushed Eliza off with sheer willpower. She was knocked back momentarily, giving Naruto enough time to summon clones to handle her while he regained his bearings. She's too strong physically, Naruto thought as he observed her, his clones immediately engaging her. Her combat skills are higher than mine when I'm alone, and even our speeds are now equal. I can barely reach Mach 4 in combat, and Mach 5 with acceleration at my peak. I need more than just speed to fight her. Naruto felt his mind racing. He had fought opponents stronger than him before, but Eliza was a different kind of challenge. She was skilled, fast, and powerful, more so than many enemies he had faced. He couldn't afford to take her lightly. Eliza, however, was enjoying the chase. Her red eyes gleamed with genuine desire, but Naruto could sense something else beneath her words. There was a certain vulnerability in her need for him, and yet it was hard to ignore the intensity of her hunger. Why won't you consider my offer? She asked again, her voice almost childlike. I'm offering you my companionship. Isn't it an honor? I really need a drink, and I'd rather not fall asleep for who knows how long. Please, don't make this harder than it needs to be. Naruto didn't respond immediately, considering his options. Should he restrain her? Should he flee? The battle was getting more intense by the second, and they were dangerously close to the city. A fight like this could cause irreparable damage if it continued unchecked. Instead of answering her, Naruto asked a question of his own, trying to probe deeper into her origins. Do you know anyone with the ability to travel dimensions? He asked, his voice steady. The way she spoke, the age-old knowledge in her eyes, it all pointed to a being far older than she appeared. Naruto had a feeling she was much more than just a mere vampire. Eliza paused, her eyes narrowing slightly as if considering his question. Dimensional travel? She mused aloud. Now, that's an interesting question. Why do you ask? Her lips curled into a sly smile, but there was no malice in her tone, just curiosity. Eliza's expression softened into a smile, her lips curling up as she walked toward Naruto with an air of confidence and grace. Dimensional travel, are you interested in such a thing? Then I can satisfy that desire, she purred, her eyes gleaming with amusement. I know of two beings that can travel dimensions, but both are far beyond your capabilities and are quite dangerous. Her tone was light, almost teasing, as she walked closer to him, a sense of satisfaction radiating from her. She had just fed, and her energy had returned in full force, a vitality that made her feel more alive than ever. Naruto narrowed his eyes, sensing the shift in her demeanor. There was a hunger in her, not just for blood, but for something deeper, something that intrigued him. I accept your request, he said, his voice steady. But in return, help me when I'm ready for them. Eliza's smile widened, her eyes glinting with excitement. Wonderful, she said, her voice like honey, smooth and inviting. Then don't mind if I take another bite. With that, she clapped her hands and embraced Naruto, her body pressing against his as she sank her teeth into his neck once more. The contact, the sensation of her body so close to his, left Naruto momentarily stunned. Her curves pressed into him, and despite the situation, his body reacted to the proximity, a flush of warmth spreading through him. He could feel the sharpness of her fangs, but it wasn't the pain that overwhelmed him. It was the pleasure that accompanied her bite, the strange sensation that pulsed through his veins. Eliza, unfazed by the physical reaction she caused, ignored the hardness pressing into her stomach. She had experienced it before, and it was a mere byproduct of her nature. Many men would react this way, especially when touched by someone like her. Her fangs pulled away after a moment, and she gave him a soft, satisfied smile. "Thank you for the meal," she said, her voice thick with contentment. "Now, could you guide me to your quarters?" Naruto, still processing the encounter, nodded, feeling the effects of her bloodsucking fade quickly. His body, powerful as ever, was beginning to heal almost immediately. "I suppose it's time to leave then," he muttered to himself. Leading Eliza to a hotel nearby, Naruto broke into a room that was currently unoccupied. It was the quickest option, and his transformation jutsu made it easy to slip inside unnoticed. He set her down on the bed, the soft mattress creaking under her weight as she settled in, making herself comfortable. Eliza looked up at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "You're a thief, huh? I presumed you were a hero," she commented, her tone teasing yet filled with curiosity. Naruto raised an eyebrow, perplexed by her comment. "Why would you think that?" he asked, his mind still distracted by the strange pull she had on him. Eliza sat up slightly, her eyes narrowing as she seemed to think carefully before answering. "I can tell from the taste of your blood," she said, her voice thoughtful. "It tastes of purity, with no impurity." Naruto paused, considering her words. "I'm a shinobi," he replied, trying to brush off her insinuations. "Stealing isn't much to us." Her eyes gleamed with understanding. "I see," she murmured, her gaze softening. "If you wish, you can leave now. I will find you tomorrow, or you can come back in the morning." Her tone had shifted to something more relaxed, more casual, as though she were allowing him a choice. Naruto stood there for a moment, feeling the weight of the situation. He had never encountered someone quite like her, dangerous, alluring, and paradoxical all at once. His thoughts were racing, and he was no longer sure what to make of her. "I think I'll leave for now," he said finally, his voice tinged with uncertainty. He had to clear his head, to think through everything that had happened. As Eliza lay back on the bed, closing her eyes with a contented sigh, Naruto couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "She didn't want to sleep, but now she's sleeping. Habits really are hard to break." Turning, he walked to the window, his mind still whirling with everything that had just transpired. With a quick hand seal, he activated the transformation jutsu, morphing into a bird and flying out of the window, leaving the room and Eliza behind for the night. His wings carried him through the cool night air, the city lights glinting below. He needed time to think, time to understand the enigmatic vampire and the dangerous path he might now be walking. King leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples as the tension in the room simmered beneath the surface. The conversation between her and the other women carried a charged undercurrent, shaped by their shared but tumultuous histories. The small office, with its peeling wallpaper and outdated furnishings, was illuminated by the soft, flickering glow of a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. It wasn't luxurious, but it was hers, a sanctuary carved out from the chaos of the slums. Her mind was preoccupied with Naruto. She couldn't shake the gnawing concern for him. The thought of leaving him behind to fight Eliza, a foe whose aura reminded her of Rugal, one of the most fearsome enemies she had ever encountered, left her uneasy. It wasn't that she doubted Naruto's strength. His potential was undeniable, and he had already proven himself. But the sheer power Eliza exuded was a force that could turn even the most confident fighter's stomach. Roxy, lounging lazily on the sofa with one arm draped over the backrest, broke the silence first. "Sis, what are we going to do now?" Her voice was light, almost disinterested, a stark contrast to the tension King felt. King glanced at her, feeling a flicker of irritation at the younger woman's nonchalance. "We're waiting for him," she said simply, though the weight in her voice betrayed her concern. Poison, sitting cross-legged on the floor with her chin propped on her hand, finally spoke up. "We'll wait for the new boss," she said, her tone surprisingly calm. King's eyes narrowed, surprised by the remark. "I thought you'd be the first one to bolt before he came back," she said, her tone laced with suspicion. Poison gave a dry laugh, flipping her middle finger casually in King's direction. "I trust my taste in men," she said with a smirk, not missing a beat. King raised an eyebrow at that. "I thought you only slept with simps." "Here's a finger for you." Poison shot back, wiggling her extended digit for emphasis. "As for my taste, I like strong men. If you didn't know, I even offered myself to Terry once. Of course, he turned me down. Too much of a gentleman. And, well, I wasn't willing to risk getting my ass kicked by his bitch, as you so eloquently put it." King's lips thinned, her hands curling into fists on the desk. Watch your mouth before I throw you out into the streets, she warned, her voice steely. And remember, Mary is my friend. Now, tell me what your plans are with Naruto. Poison shrugged, unfazed by King's growing agitation. Nothing. What do you expect us to do? Huh? Control him? He could snap our pretty little necks like twigs if he wanted to. We're not fearless warriors like you, girl. Her smirk was as sharp as the words that left her lips. Roxy, who had been scrolling on her phone, finally chimed in, her voice tinged with annoyance. She's right, sis. Naruto's not someone we can mess with. And frankly, I don't see why you're so worked up. He'll be fine. Probably already won. King inhaled deeply, her mind flashing back to memories she had tried to bury. Images of her hometown, battles where she had faced impossible odds, friends nearly dying against foes that should have been insurmountable. It all bubbled to the surface. She slammed her hands on the desk, the sound echoing through the room. Do you even realize what kind of enemy we're talking about here? She snapped, her voice trembling with a mixture of anger and fear. This isn't just some thug or criminal. Eliza is. She's something else. If Naruto doesn't take her seriously, he could. He won't lose, Poison interrupted firmly, her gaze meeting King's with surprising conviction. You've seen him fight. He's not like anyone we've met before. If anything, Eliza's the one who should be worried. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, marking the passage of time. 10 minutes had passed since the fight had begun. King clenched her fists, her heart heavy with doubt and anticipation. All she could do now was wait and hope that when Naruto returned, it wouldn't be with news that reminded her of the nightmares she'd spent years trying to forget. Naruto stepped into the room, his presence as casual as ever, despite the lingering tension from the earlier battle. I'm done, he said, brushing off some dust from his jacket as he entered through the window. The intrusion, however, was enough to spark King's reflexes. Without hesitation, she lashed out, sending a precise chi wave from her leg. The energy crackled through the air like a blade, aimed directly at Naruto. Whoa! Naruto exclaimed, instinctively raising his forearms enhanced with chakra to block the strike. The impact sent a dull ache through him, reminding him of King's impressive power. Without chakra reinforcement, he knew the attack could have easily injured him. King crossed her arms, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Next time, come through the door. People like us have to stay on guard, so reactions like that are necessary. Naruto grinned sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry about that. Old habits, you know. I'll try to remember next time. King gave a small sigh, glancing down at the stains on her carpet caused by the coffee she had spilled during the sudden commotion. Just be careful, she said, brushing off the moment. So, how did it go? The battle looked intense. Naruto settled into a chair, exhaling deeply. We fought to a compromise, and now we're friends. Turns out she had some valuable information I needed, so it worked out for the best. His tone was light, almost relieved. For the first time in a while, he felt like he had a clear path forward. King arched an eyebrow. Friends? With a demon? Can you trust her? I've dealt with creatures like that before, and let me tell you, none of them are trustworthy. Naruto's expression grew serious. I'm pretty good at reading people. She's not evil, not in the way you're thinking. She's just different. And right now, she needs me as much as I need her. King considered his words, the skepticism still evident in her posture. It's your choice, but I'd prefer it if you kept her far from my place. I've seen enough trouble from demons to last a lifetime. Naruto nodded, respecting her boundaries. Fair enough. By the way, have you ever heard of her? Her name is Eliza. King frowned, racking her memory for any mention of someone with such power. No, nothing comes to mind. What's her story? She's resting somewhere for now, Naruto replied, his stomach growling audibly. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Speaking of which, any chance I could get some food? I'm starving. King suppressed a small smile, her demeanor softening slightly. Wait here. She left the room and headed to arrange food for him. As she placed the order, she pulled out her phone and sent a message to Chizuru Kagura, the priestess of the Kagura clan. If anyone could provide insight into a powerful demon like Eliza, it was Chizuru. Her clan's mastery of sealing and divination was legendary, and King trusted her judgment implicitly. Her thoughts drifted momentarily to Chizoru's ongoing efforts to mediate between Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami, two powerful but rival warriors whose clans were embroiled in ancient animosity. King couldn't help but draw parallels. The idea of making peace with someone as unpredictable as a demon felt equally daunting. 3 demons are already too much for this world. King's mind flitted to Akuma, Jin, and Kazuya. Beings whose immense power and inner darkness had left indelible marks on the world. She shook her head, pushing those thoughts aside. I hope Chizoru's holding up. King sighed, feeling the weight of it all. Whatever the future held, she knew Naruto was a wildcard, someone who could either bring balance or chaos. All she could do now was wait and see where his path would lead. With King out of the room, Poison and Roxy exchanged glances, clearly expecting some kind of reaction or interaction from Naruto. However, his exhaustion had taken over. He barely acknowledged their presence, slumping onto a chair as if the weight of the day had finally caught up to him. I'll just make the seal now and call it a day. We can discuss everything else tomorrow, Naruto muttered, yawning. His voice was heavy, his mind burdened by the whirlwind of events. From waking up in a strange world to fighting formidable foes and navigating intense emotions, he was nearing his limit. Okay. The 2 women responded in unison, stepping forward. To his surprise and annoyance, both Poison and Roxy began shedding their clothes, their actions deliberate and teasing. Naruto's tired eyes widened for a moment before narrowing in disbelief. You didn't need to do that. Just your hands would have worked, he said, his gaze instinctively following the bold movements. All of this belongs to you now, boss, Poison said with a sly smile, placing a finger below her navel. I want the seal right here. And I want mine here, Roxy chimed in, her mischievous grin growing wider as she gestured toward the inside of her thigh. The 2 of them radiated a confidence born of their lifestyle, a mix of dominance and submission that they wielded as a form of flirtation and power play. Naruto exhaled sharply, his weariness momentarily overshadowed by their antics. They're testing me, he thought, noting the provocative tone in their voices and the way they leaned into the moment. Despite their efforts to stir him, Naruto remained steady. Not my first rodeo, ladies. He bit his finger, the metallic taste of blood briefly grounding him, and began inscribing seals on their chosen spots. Poison and Roxy took every opportunity to make it as uncomfortable as possible for him, moaning exaggeratedly with every brush of his finger. Naruto kept his face impassive, though a flicker of irritation crossed his mind. I might need to whip them into shape before they think they can keep testing my patience. After finishing the seals, Naruto sighed, ignoring their playful smirks. He gathered himself enough to eat the food King had arranged, grateful for the meal after such a taxing day. His stomach full, he finally allowed himself to collapse onto the bed. The fatigue he had been pushing aside hit him like a tidal wave, and he sank into the mattress. As he lay there, his mind wandered. I wonder how everyone is doing back home. How's Master? And Sasuke? What's he up to these days? A flood of memories and questions threatened to pull him deeper into a restless state. Sleep, he muttered aloud, forcing himself to block out the noise of his own thoughts. No need to think right now. In a foreign place, far from everything he knew, Naruto finally closed his eyes. For the first time since his arrival in this strange world, he let himself drift into unconsciousness, his mind and body succumbing to the rest they so desperately needed. In the heart of Africa, deep within the untamed jungles of a nation overrun by piracy and lawlessness, a powerful mercenary group known as the Ikari warriors had been contracted to restore order. Unlike the chaos they were sent to combat, the Ikari warriors operated with discipline and a strong moral compass. They were a force of balance, intervening in global conflicts to eliminate threats while refusing to take missions that harmed innocents. The pirates, a ruthless collection of killers and looters, had thrived unchecked for years, but they underestimated the forces they had drawn the ire of. The Ikari warriors, led by the stoic and deadly Leona Hydern, were no ordinary mercenaries. They were a storm that would obliterate the pirates' illusion of dominance. With precision and raw power, the 3 warriors, Leona, Ralph Jones, and Clark Still, tore through the pirates' ships and strongholds. Explosions rocked the jungle coastline as their coordinated assault dismantled the pirates' operations with brutal efficiency. Ralph, the most energetic of the group, laughed as he threw himself into the chaos, his powerful strikes reducing walls and enemies alike to rubble. Clark, the silent and calculating member, moved methodically, his every action measured and lethal. Leona, commanding and cold, led the charge, her unflinching resolve driving the team forward. As the dust settled, the Ikari warriors regrouped near the remnants of the pirates' last stronghold. The mission was almost complete, but Leona's sharp instincts told her to remain cautious. "Captain, how long do we need to stay?" Ralph asked, his tone respectful despite his usual boisterous personality. The tall, blonde mercenary adjusted his hat, his sharp blue eyes scanning the horizon. "Until we're sure the mission is done," Leona replied coolly, biting into a ration bar. Her steely gaze flicked toward the horizon. "We don't leave even one behind." Their conversation was interrupted by a deep voice that carried a mix of authority and amusement. "Oh, it's good then that I'm here." The warriors immediately shifted into defensive stances, weapons at the ready, as a towering figure emerged from the jungle shadows. Mutiba Gazenga, the infamous blind mercenary, stepped forward with his usual casual swagger. His muscular frame was adorned with tribal tattoos, his whited-out eyes staring unerringly at them despite his blindness. "Mutiba," Ralph growled, his fingers itching for action. "What do you want?" Mutiba raised his hands in mock surrender, his scarred lips curling into a smirk. "Relax, Jones. I'm not here for a fight. Unless you want one. I came to personally invite you to the next King of Fighters tournament." The mention of the tournament made Leona's heart skip a beat. Memories of their last experience resurfaced, a brutal and chaotic event that had left scars, both physical and emotional. A deep unease settled over her, though she masked it well. "Something worse is coming." Clark's words were blunt and firm. "We will be there, so you can leave now." His tone carried a sense of finality that left no room for argument. He knew Leona despised Mutiba, not just for his presence, but for what he represented. Mutiba was the epitome of unrestrained indulgence, a mercenary who saw women as mere conquests and respected only those who wielded strength. There was no honor in his line of work, only a practical adherence to whatever task paid the most. Had his current employer not kept him barely within the boundaries of legality, Clark was certain they would have been forced to eliminate him already. Mutiba chuckled, an unnervingly deep sound that carried a mix of amusement and menace. His scarred lips twisted into a grin as his whited-out eyes turned toward Leona. "She's as fiery as ever," Mutiba thought, feeling the latent power within her. It wasn't just strength that drew his attention. It was the bloodlust buried deep in her soul, barely restrained. That dangerous energy was magnetic to someone like him, who lived on the edge of violence and chaos. Leona Hydern was no ordinary warrior. She was a monster in the guise of a disciplined soldier, a being of unimaginable potential destruction. And that potential excited Mutiba in ways he barely understood. He had seen her at her wildest before, when her blood had taken over and left him scarred. He wanted to claim her, but not like this. Not until she unleashed the beast he knew lay dormant within her. "Not yet," he mused to himself as he turned to leave. "Sadly, the dream will remain a dream for now." As Mutiba walked away, he absently touched his chest, feeling the ridges of scars left by their previous battle. That encounter had been unlike anything he'd ever faced, a stark reminder that even he, the feared genocider, was not invincible. Leona's unrelenting fury had not only marked his body but also shaken his confidence, opening his eyes to a world where strength alone was not enough. "I'll be leaving now, so take care," he said aloud, his voice casual, though his thoughts were far from indifferent. He moved with his usual swagger, disappearing into the dense jungle that surrounded their temporary camp. Inwardly, he hoped for the completion of the Yin-Yang reactor, a mysterious project his employer had promised would grant him unimaginable power. With it, he could finally step onto a higher stage and perhaps face her again, not as a man outmatched, but as an equal, ready to claim what he desired. Leona watched Mutiba vanish into the trees, her sharp eyes narrowing as she suppressed the unease that had surfaced at the mention of the King of Fighters tournament. The last tournament had been a nightmare, and something in her blood, the cursed blood of the Orochi, whispered that worse was yet to come. Her fingers clenched at her sides, her jaw tightening. "Why'd I feel this way? Is it my blood warning me again?" "Leona," Clark's calm voice interrupted her thoughts. He didn't need to say more, his quiet presence was enough to anchor her. She exhaled slowly, pushing the feelings aside. Whatever was coming, she would face it head on. She always had. But as the jungle grew quiet around them, the tension in the air lingered, heavy and foreboding. Naruto bolted upright, a cold sweat clinging to his skin as his breathing came fast and ragged. The words reverberated in his head like a haunting echo. Almighty push. They weren't just words. They were a declaration of overwhelming destruction that had rattled him to his core. He scanned his surroundings, his pulse pounding in his ears. He was in the room King had provided for him, its modest furnishings illuminated by the faint glow of early morning light filtering through the curtains. Placing a trembling hand over his chest, he focused on the strong, steady rhythm of his heartbeat to ground himself. What was that? He thought, running his hand through his disheveled hair. What kind of attack was that? Why did it feel like everything was ending the moment those words were spoken? The sheer dread he had felt wasn't something he could easily shake off, and the sensation of helplessness gnawed at the edge of his mind. His musings were interrupted as he felt movement on either side of him. He froze momentarily before glancing down, realizing that Poison and Roxy were pressed against him, their bare bodies tangled with his. "Hey, boss," Roxy murmured groggily, her eyes barely open as she blinked at him in concern. "What happened?" Naruto's voice was flat, tinged with irritation. "What are you girls doing here?" "We couldn't sleep last night," Poison replied nonchalantly, stretching lazily as her hand slid across his chest with deliberate slowness. "Thought we'd snuggle with boss and see if it helped. Guess what? It worked like a charm. Best sleep I've had in ages." Naruto's eyes narrowed, his voice taking on a sharper edge. "Next time, don't do it without permission. You might not like the consequences." "But boss," Roxy chimed in, her tone soft and pleading, "she's not lying. You're really comfortable to snuggle against. We weren't trying to upset you." Naruto sighed, running a hand over his face. "Next time, try asking," he muttered, his voice quieter now, though the strange dream still weighed heavily on his mind. He shifted to get out of bed, only to realize with growing irritation that they had removed his underwear. He turned to the two women, his expression flat and unamused. "Really?" Poison smirked playfully, her head resting on the pillow as she gave a languid stretch. "You're welcome." Grumbling under his breath, Naruto grabbed his discarded underwear from the floor and made his way to the bathroom. His frustration deepened as he noticed the inevitable result of their shameless antics. His body had reacted, and he wasn't particularly thrilled about it. Closing the bathroom door behind him, he took a moment to collect himself, leaning on the sink as he splashed cold water on his face. He stared into the mirror, his reflection looking just as weary as he felt. What was that dream about? He thought, gripping the edges of the sink. It felt so real, too real. The words lingered in his mind like a storm cloud. Almighty push. He didn't know what it was, but he had a feeling it wouldn't be the last time he heard it. King stepped into the room, her casual attire, fitted jeans and a purple t-shirt, adding to her commanding yet approachable presence. Her sharp gaze swept over the scene, quickly taking in Naruto's disheveled state and the two women lounging on the bed. "Naruto, are you okay?" she asked, her tone calm but laced with concern. Despite his shirtless and barely clothed appearance, King didn't so much as blink. She had seen far stranger things in her line of work. The two women, however, were another story. King's eyes narrowed as she addressed them directly, her voice taking on a colder edge. "Girls, if you try this nonsense again in my house, you'll be sleeping with the fishes." Roxy grinned mischievously, throwing her arms around Poison in an exaggerated display of mock fear. "Oh no, Poison, she's going to kill us." Poison smirked, but her tone shifted to something more conciliatory. "Don't worry, King. We'll behave." She glanced at Naruto, noting the tension in his expression, and decided it was time to stop pushing their luck. Naruto straightened, his voice even but subdued. "I'm fine. Just a nightmare. Sorry for the disturbance." His demeanor was calm, his mind already working to compartmentalize the unsettling emotions from the dream. He didn't seem the least bit self-conscious about his appearance, his past experiences leaving him unfazed by situations like this. King's perceptive gaze lingered on him for a moment longer. She recognized the subtle signs of someone shaken by something more than a simple bad dream. But she also knew when to step back. "If you say so," she said quietly, not wanting to press him further. "It's already afternoon," King continued, her tone more practical now. She gestured toward the clock on the wall. "Get ready and come eat lunch. I left some clothes for you." Without waiting for a reply, she turned and walked out, her stride purposeful. Naruto glanced at the bundle of clothes she had left, a simple shirt and a pair of comfortable pants. King's actions spoke volumes about her no-nonsense personality, and he appreciated that she wasn't making a fuss. "It's fine," Naruto told himself as he moved toward the bathroom. He turned on the shower, letting the cool water cascade over his body. The sensation helped steady his thoughts, grounding him in the present. The nightmare still lingered at the edges of his mind, but he forced himself to set it aside. "I don't have future sight. It's probably just stress," he reasoned. With the dream's unsettling weight pushed to the back of his mind, he resolved to focus on the day ahead. After freshening up, Naruto dressed quickly, ready to face whatever awaited him next. Roxy leaned her head against Poison's, her eyes sparkling with mischief but her thoughts running deeper than her playful exterior. "Sis, his body is really good. You'll have to help me control the itch, or I might attack him," she said mentally, her lips curling into a sly smile. Poison met her sister's gaze, a knowing look in her eyes as she replied through their shared mental link, "We'll hold each other back." Without hesitation, she kissed Roxy on the lips, the gesture intimate and familiar. Their openness about sex was something they had shared for years, a bond that had grown as they explored the world together. Since the age of 16, the sisters had found comfort and satisfaction in each other and their teammates. Ordinary humans had never been able to keep up with their desires or their strength. But this time was different. If they wanted to attract Naruto, continuing their casual flings would be the wrong move entirely. No man, unless he was a cuckold, would accept his women sleeping around with others, and they instinctively knew Naruto wasn't the type to tolerate such behavior. While he hadn't spoken a single derogatory word about their past, his demeanor suggested he valued loyalty and sincerity in relationships. Roxy's playful grin softened as Poison's thoughts mirrored her own. Naruto seemed like the kind of man who saw love and intimacy as sacred, something shared only between true partners. His restraint so far had confirmed their suspicions. Any other man in his position might have taken advantage of their advances, but Naruto had held back. Poison's lips quirked into a small smile, her sharp mind analyzing the situation. "At least he isn't Ryu," she thought with a quiet chuckle. Ryu, the man who lived solely for battle, devoid of any earthly desires, was the polar opposite of Naruto. Her thoughts lingered on Naruto's unwavering resolve, his sense of purpose, and his quiet strength. Unlike the fighters she had known, he was an enigma, a man whose passions ran deep but who held them tightly in check. Still, the sisters knew they had to tread carefully. Naruto was not a man who could be won over with mere seduction. For now, they would have to learn to control themselves, keeping their desires in check as they navigated this delicate new dynamic. In the towering Kengan Association headquarters, the atmosphere was thick with tension, a palpable excitement surrounding the discussions held in the upper floors of the building. At the very top, the current boss of the Kengan Association, an old man with a frail frame but a sharp, calculating gaze, watched various fighters from across the world through the large, high-definition screens that displayed the latest matches. The Kengan Association, known for its influential members, business magnates who controlled vast networks of industries and properties, operated on a unique platform: high-stakes, underground fights where the outcome determined much more than just pride. The battles were used to secure business rights, properties, and other resources. The rush these men got from these intense contests was far more thrilling than any form of gambling, and it was a world where power and money intersected in brutal ways. However, all of this occurred under the watchful eye of the Harem Association, the governing body that regulated the actions of superhuman beings in this world. The Harem's power was immense, consisting of powerful clans that made sure fighters adhered to a strict set of rules. They prevented conflicts from spilling into civilian areas, ensuring that the fighters' aggression and abilities didn't cause unnecessary destruction outside the arena. They were the true enforcers, maintaining order in a chaotic world. The old man, whose eyes betrayed a sinister hunger for the fight, observed a recent match that had drawn his attention. It had been a battle involving Naruto, the young fighter who had single-handedly taken on Mad Gear and Eliza. The fight had already been recorded, and now, it was circulating across the internet, with people's interest in him growing by the minute. Initially, many had written off his victory over Zangief as a fluke, but after seeing him in action once more, it became clear that Naruto was much stronger than they had anticipated. "Sir, should we invite him?" asked a large, imposing figure standing beside the old man. The man was built like a fortress, easily dwarfing most people around him, and wore a sleek black suit that contrasted sharply with his intimidating stature. The old man's gaze never wavered from the screen as he continued to watch the footage of Naruto's fight. His fingers tapped the edge of his desk rhythmically, his mind already at work. "Not yet," the old man replied coldly, his voice gravelly but filled with authority. "He doesn't have a team, and he doesn't yet qualify to go solo." His words were final, but there was a glint of interest in his eyes as he analyzed the young fighter's movements and strategy. They had eyes everywhere, and their network had been quick to pick up the footage of Naruto's impressive performance. The secretary standing nearby, a large-built individual with a commanding presence, stepped forward. "Should we offer him some guidance, or simply ignore him for now?" he inquired, clearly uncertain of the best approach. The old man's lips curled into a wicked smile as he considered his next move. Give him an invitation to the tournament in Bangkok. Let's see how he fares against the other participants. If he impresses us further, we might even consider him for solo status, like Akuma and Jin. The thought of the ensuing battles excited him. Naruto's raw power had piqued his interest, and he was eager to see how far the young fighter could go. A shadow of concern crossed the secretary's face as he glanced at his superior. "Sir, are you sure about inviting those two demons?" he asked, his tone heavy with apprehension and a trace of bloodlust. He had seen the carnage they could bring and knew the risk of unleashing such formidable fighters. The old man's eyes gleamed with a mad passion. "Of course," he replied with an almost sadistic grin. "They're the main course. I want them to fight and show me a true battle. The more chaos, the better. That's what I live for." His voice was almost a whisper, but it carried an unmistakable sense of authority and excitement that sent a chill down the secretary's spine. The secretary nodded, his own excitement barely contained beneath his stoic exterior. He had been chosen as the Fang of Metsuda, a position that required the highest level of skill, ruthlessness, and precision. He was the master's most trusted enforcer, a beast on the battlefield and a killer without equal. He had won the last 5 Kengan tournaments and was known for his brutal efficiency in eliminating targets. With a swift nod, the secretary left the room, his mind already focused on the task at hand. He would extend the invitation to Naruto and prepare for the chaos that was sure to follow. The old man would rest for now, but the wheels of the Kengan Association were always turning, and he knew that the best was yet to come. Naruto took a large bite of the food in front of him, savoring every piece. He hadn't realized how much he missed a proper meal. The warm, comforting sensation of a home-cooked breakfast, even a simple one, felt like a luxury he rarely got to experience. As he ate, he couldn't help but think of the many terrible meals he had endured in his past. "Did you make this?" he asked, his mouth full but his eyes bright with appreciation. "Yes, I apologize if you expected something grand," King replied with a gentle smile. She had been watching him for a moment, noticing how quickly he dug in. Her eyes softened as she saw the joy on his face from such a basic meal. She had known hardship, and her experience in the rough parts of the city made her appreciate even the simplest comforts. "Nah, it's one of the best I've seen. You have no idea what some of the stuff I had to endure tasted like," Naruto said with a grin, still excited as he continued eating. He wasn't exaggerating. Some of the meals he had eaten in the past, especially during his training and after the war, had been far from enjoyable. He often had to make do with whatever he could get, no matter how bland or poorly prepared. King was a bit taken aback by his response. She had simply thought of this as a standard breakfast: scrambled eggs, toast, some fruit, and a side of bacon. Nothing fancy, but enough to fill the stomach. Yet, from Naruto's reaction, she realized that he must have endured some terrible meals in his time. Her suspicion grew as she connected the dots, thinking about his upbringing. The thought of him coming from the mountains, where food would have been a rare luxury, made perfect sense. Harsh training conditions, a solitary existence. No wonder something as simple as breakfast would be such a treat for him. Naruto didn't mind the discomfort of eating at random stores in the city. It was more about the stares, the judgments from the people in the shops, that bothered him. The lingering glares, the way they acted like he was less than human, made him avoid public shopping whenever possible. It wasn't something he often voiced, but it was part of his reality. Even now, as he ate this meal, the memories of those harsh experiences lingered at the edges of his mind. King noticed his shift in demeanor as he ate, as if he had momentarily left the room with his thoughts. She didn't push him to explain, though. She understood what it felt like to have the weight of the world on your shoulders, and the little comforts that made life a little more bearable. She could see it in Naruto's eyes. The exhaustion, the battles fought not just with enemies, but with life itself. "Enjoy it then, because we've got other things to discuss before you go off and do your thing," King said with a smile, her tone light and teasing, but there was a warmth in her voice that conveyed care. Naruto looked up at her, meeting her gaze as he chewed, his face softening. There was a moment of mutual understanding between them. He wasn't the only one who had lived through tough times. King's smile reached her eyes as she continued, "You remind me of where I come from, back in the hood. Life was tough, even the small things felt out of reach. But those small things, those little comforts, were what kept us going." Naruto felt a strange sense of kinship with King in that moment. Despite their vastly different worlds, they shared a common experience, struggling through tough circumstances and finding strength in the most unlikely places. He nodded, finishing his bite before speaking again, his voice quiet but sincere. "Thanks," he said. "This really means a lot to me." King didn't respond right away, letting the silence linger as she continued to watch him. She knew that Naruto's journey wasn't an easy one. It was clear from the way he carried himself, the weight of his experiences that he tried to hide. But in moments like this, when they shared simple things like breakfast or quiet conversation, she could see a bit of peace in him, even if it was just for a moment. They both knew there were bigger things at play, and the world outside these walls was full of battles they would face together. But for now, they allowed themselves this brief respite. No fighting, no stress, just a small break from the chaos. And it was enough. As Naruto finished the meal, the silence in the room was comfortable, with only the quiet sounds of the aftermath of the shared breakfast. King went about her task of kicking out the freeloaders, sending them on their way with a casual authority. The apartment, now empty of distractions, felt peaceful, almost serene. Naruto leaned back in his chair, feeling the full warmth of the meal settle in his stomach. It reminded him of simpler times, memories of Shien and Hinata, his two close companions back in his home world. Though they were his girlfriends in a platonic sense, their relationships had never been conventional by the standards of most. In the ninja world, the concept of monogamy was a fluid one. People loved who they loved, married who they wanted, and there were no strict laws binding them. Naruto's sense of relationships had been molded by this philosophy. If you liked someone, you were together, and that was that. There were no labels to complicate things, no societal pressures. But despite this openness, Naruto had never truly experienced what most would consider love. He had often claimed to love Sakura, especially in his youth, but it was a misguided and naive form of affection, something he would later understand better under the tutelage of his master, Jiraiya. Jiraiya had been much more than a teacher to him. He had been a father figure, someone who shaped Naruto's understanding of the world. The 2.5 years spent training under Jiraiya had been the most formative of his life. Jiraiya had not just taught him combat skills, techniques, or strategy, but had instilled in him a deeper understanding of love, loyalty, and what it meant to be a good person. Naruto had always been talented, but his progress was slow, particularly due to the presence of Kurama, the Nine Tails. Kurama's strength limited him, and despite Naruto's vast potential, the demon fox's resistance prevented him from fully tapping into that power. So, the training had to be painstaking, slow, and deliberate. Jiraiya, who knew his pupil wasn't a genius like some of the other shinobi, had taken extra care in his teachings. In time, Naruto realized the full weight of the test Jiraiya had set for him. It was no longer just about becoming stronger or fighting to protect the village. His test was tied to his relationship with Kurama. Jinchuriki could bond with their tailed beasts either through mutual understanding or by defeating them in combat. But Kurama was stubborn, prideful, and refused to cooperate. There would be no easy path to victory. Naruto had to fight, to face the beast head-on, and prove himself worthy of the power. That fight with Kurama, the ultimate test set by his father, would be the moment Naruto surpassed the limits of humanity. And it was a test he had to face alone. It was this realization that changed everything for him. Jiraiya had opened his eyes to the complexities of the world, teaching him that not all people were inherently good. There were a few, but they were rare. Most were just normal people, going about their lives, indifferent to the struggles of others. In his own experience, Naruto had come to understand that being good was difficult. It was easy to say the right things, to be a friend in words, but it was far harder to act on those words. He had always felt isolated, but it wasn't something he blamed his friends for. It was simply the way the world worked. They would lay down their lives for him, sure, but the empathy and concern they showed was limited. They cared when it affected them, but not necessarily when it didn't. And this, in Naruto's mind, wasn't an evil trait. It was just normal. It wasn't a betrayal of friendship. It was simply human nature. People, even those closest to him, often turned a blind eye to things that didn't concern them directly. This didn't make them bad people, but it did make them flawed, just like everyone else. It was an uncomfortable realization for Naruto, but it was one he had to accept. He couldn't force others to care more than they were capable of, nor could he allow his own sense of justice to blind him to the limitations of the human heart. As King returned to the table, her casual demeanor a sharp contrast to the storm of thoughts swirling in Naruto's mind, he couldn't help but reflect on everything Jiraiya had taught him. It was clear now more than ever that the path he had chosen was his own to walk, and he had to be ready to face the darker realities of the world. Whether it was his fight with Kurama, the complexities of human relationships, or the weight of responsibility he carried. After the long, grueling journey of training and self-discovery, Naruto had come to terms with many of the internal battles he had faced. One of the more significant changes in his life was the blossoming of a relationship with Hinata, the quiet, strong girl who had always supported him in subtle ways. It had been a quiet confession, something tentative, yet full of sincerity. He had seen through her feelings long before she ever spoke them out loud, and to his own surprise, he had accepted her heart. It wasn't that he hadn't been aware of her feelings, but the realization had come after a period of deep reflection and growth. He knew that this would be a trial, a chance to see if they could build something together, but that wasn't a thought that filled him with hesitation. Instead, he felt a warmth inside him, a sense of joy, knowing that someone as beautiful and strong as Hinata saw him in a way that no one else had. For someone who had always felt like an outsider, someone who had longed for acceptance, it felt like a gift. A chance to finally experience love. Hinata had always been the quiet one in the class, a girl who kept to herself and had never really made her presence known. But beneath that quiet exterior was a strength that not many knew about. Hinata was a woman of substance, someone whose actions spoke louder than words. She had been the first to ever truly call out to him, not out of pity, but out of a desire to connect, to reach out to someone who had been ignored by everyone else. It was during the Chunin exams, after Naruto had suffered a painful injury, that Hinata's care had meant something more than just a simple act of kindness. Her healing balm wasn't just a remedy for his wounds. It was a symbol of her quiet admiration and concern for him, something Naruto had never forgotten. While his teammates, whom he considered his closest allies, had been more focused on their own concerns during that time, Hinata had been the one to cheer for him. She had believed in him when no one else had. Her feelings for him had been a slow burn, a deep and steady respect that had grown over the years. Her love for him was not one born of admiration from afar, but one formed through shared struggles, mutual understanding, and the knowledge that they both carried heavy burdens. But Hinata's life had never been easy. Her father's weakness, her family's expectations, and the constant pressure of living up to the Hyuga name had left her feeling burdened and torn. Naruto, too, had his own weight to carry, the burden of being the Kyuubi's vessel and the village pariah. But Hinata's struggles had always been so much more personal. Her loyalty to her family, particularly her younger sister Hanabi, had shaped her into someone who had to constantly suppress her own desires to keep peace within the clan. She had been forced to hide her true self, to lower her head and act weak to protect her family, and in doing so, she had distanced herself from the world around her. Naruto could only sympathize with her. He had always felt like an outsider, but Hinata's isolation was different. Her love for her sister was something pure and unselfish, and she had been willing to sacrifice her own happiness to ensure Hanabi's safety. It was a tragic and beautiful thing. But in Naruto, she had found someone who didn't judge her, someone who saw her for who she truly was. He didn't want her to hide anymore. Together, they had begun to slowly piece together a relationship, one where they could support each other in ways they never had before. As Naruto continued to grow emotionally, it became clear that their connection was more than just a simple bond. He didn't want to rush into love, but he knew that this could be the start of something lasting. He didn't want to push her, but with time, he was sure that they would find their way to something deeper. Hinata had never asked for much, but she had always given so much of herself to him, and that was something Naruto would never take for granted. Not long after, a mission had led him to meet Shien, the beautiful and enigmatic priestess who would become the second important woman in his life. Unlike Hinata, Shien was direct, bold, and unafraid to voice her desires. She had fallen for Naruto during their time together, not through some grand display of affection, but through his persistence and determination to protect her, no matter what. Whereas Hinata had always been shy, reserved, and hesitant to express her feelings, Shien was confident and upfront. She had been more than willing to ask him directly to bear her child, a proposal that Naruto hadn't expected but was open to, should he fall in love with her. In the end, Shien became his second girlfriend, and while it had all been quite sudden, Naruto couldn't help but feel grateful for the experiences they shared together. But as fate would have it, a mission to hunt down a forbidden puppet user had pulled Naruto away from the warmth of his new relationships and led him to the world he now found himself in. This new world, with its own challenges and struggles, was something he had yet to fully understand. His past relationships, his bond with Hinata and Shien, would continue to shape him as he faced new trials and enemies, and in this strange new world, Naruto was determined to find his place once more. The past had shaped him into the person he was today, and now, as he prepared to face the unknown, he couldn't help but wonder if love would find him again, whether it was through the women he had already met or someone new entirely. One thing was certain. Naruto had never been one to run away from his feelings, and no matter where life took him, he would face it with the same determination and resolve that had always defined him. Naruto sat across from King, his eyes narrowing slightly as he processed her words. His hand rested casually on the table, his usual carefree demeanor giving way to a more serious expression. As King sipped her coffee, her eyes never left him, watching his reactions closely. "Naruto, how much do you know about the world?" King asked, her voice calm, yet laced with concern. Naruto leaned back slightly, his usual confident grin replaced by a more neutral expression. "Not much," he admitted honestly, his voice steady. "I lived in a village hidden from the world." King had suspected as much, though she was a bit surprised by his straightforward answer. She had seen glimpses of his power during their earlier encounters, but she hadn't known the full extent of his background. A village hidden from the world? That only deepened her curiosity. She set her coffee mug down carefully, her expression turning more serious as she looked at Naruto. "I guessed as much," she began, her tone now more measured. "So, you don't know about the Harem Association?" Naruto blinked at her, his curiosity piqued. "What is that?" King leaned forward slightly, her hands now folded on the table as she began to explain. Harem Association is an organization that oversees the use of ki. It's made up of various clans and martial artists, and they operate all over the world. They're not directly involved in every fight, but if a ki user causes too much damage, they step in. They ensure that things don't spiral out of control. If you had let that battle drag on and caused a disturbance in the city, they would have taken notice. Naruto's brows furrowed, clearly intrigued but cautious. "So they're like enforcers?" "Exactly," King nodded, her eyes focused on him. "And right now, they're in a very bad mood. You see, some of their top members were killed by a man named Jin Kazama. That means they'll be on high alert, and you'll want to stay off their radar for now. The Harem Association has a network, and they know about most of the powerful fighters out there. You might be on that list now, whether you realize it or not." Naruto's face remained neutral, though his mind raced as he processed this new information. He hadn't even thought about the consequences of his actions on a global scale. Fighting a few strong opponents had seemed simple enough, but this was something far larger than he had anticipated. King's voice grew quieter as she continued. "Harem isn't the only force you should worry about, though. There are two organizations that operate in the shadows. Shadaloo and Nest. Both of them are dangerous, unethical, and are known for their involvement in dark and illegal practices. Shadaloo, especially, has a reputation for kidnapping powerful fighters and using them for their own ends." Naruto's jaw clenched slightly. He'd heard of such organizations before, in passing, but hearing the details gave him a sense of urgency. The last thing he needed was to be caught up in something like this, especially if they were targeting fighters like him. "For now," King continued, "Nest seems more interested in someone named Kyo Kusanagi, but that doesn't mean they won't turn their attention toward you. I just want you to be careful, Naruto. You're strong, but even the strongest can be taken down when they let their guard down." The last fight you were in. You were reckless. That move that damaged your hand. Careless, even if you have a powerful healing factor. Don't underestimate your enemies. There's always someone stronger lurking in the shadows. Naruto absorbed her words quietly, his fingers tapping lightly on the table as he thought. It was a sobering reality that hit him, but it was something he knew all too well from his previous experiences. People were always lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike. Is nobody going to take care of them? He asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Where do they operate mostly? King's gaze shifted upward, thoughtful. Harem is actively hunting them down, and some countries are working to destroy them, but these organizations are elusive. They're based in many countries, operating from the shadows, so it's not as simple as just tracking them down. They could be hiding anywhere, from the middle of nowhere to major cities. Her tone became more measured as she continued. They operate mostly in places like China, Japan, Thailand, India, the USA, Russia, and Australia. They're all over the globe. Naruto nodded slowly, his mind turning over the possibilities. He had never expected to be drawn into something like this, an international network of martial artists and shadowy organizations. The stakes were higher now, far beyond anything he had experienced before. King observed his expression carefully. She could see the determination in his eyes, the same look she had seen in fighters who were itching for a fight, no matter the consequences. Don't tell me you want to fight them? King asked, raising an eyebrow, a small smile tugging at the corner of her lips as she noticed the shift in Naruto's demeanor. Naruto didn't answer right away. His gaze was intense, his thoughts clearly racing. He didn't have all the facts yet, but one thing was certain. If these organizations posed a threat to his newfound relationships and the people he cared about, he wouldn't hesitate to face them head-on. Whether it was Harem, Shadaloo, or Nest, they were now on his radar. And he wasn't about to let anyone stand in his way. Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke. From what I heard, they don't sound good, so if I come across them, I'll handle them. And if they have databases of fighters, they must have databases on all kinds of abilities. I want to break into their base if possible. His voice carried a curious excitement, the same adventurous spirit that had driven him to explore unknown worlds back in his ninja days. King studied him carefully, her expression softening. She understood that feeling. The thrill of uncovering hidden knowledge. The idea of breaking into an enemy base, not just for the thrill of it but to find powerful secrets, resonated with him deeply. He was no stranger to such pursuits. In his past, with Jiraiya, Naruto had raided several organizations in the ninja world, uncovering powerful jutsus and forbidden techniques. Some of those discoveries had been invaluable, though not without their risks. King leaned back slightly, considering his words. I know it seems useful, but the risk is too great. They have very strong fighters. Fighters who could even take down demons, if they were willing to sacrifice their main fighters. Do you understand how dangerous it could get if you pushed them too much? They were fighting against countries and whole organizations. Naruto's grin didn't waver. Relax, King. I know my limits and would never act without thinking. I'll attack when an opportunity presents itself. I'm not going to go hunt them down or anything. His voice carried a casual confidence, but there was an underlying seriousness to it as well. He understood the risks, but he also understood that the greatest risks often yielded the greatest rewards. King's gaze softened slightly, but her concern didn't wane. Even then, you'll be on their wanted list. Ryu and Kyo face attacks every week. Are you okay with living a life where danger can strike at any moment? Naruto's expression didn't change, his resolve still unwavering. I'm used to that kind of life. It won't matter much. Besides, now I have subordinates to help me out. He said this matter-of-factly, as if the presence of allies was just another facet of his growing journey. King sighed inwardly, recognizing the determination in his words. It was the same kind of unwavering resolve that she had seen in fighters like Terry and Ryu. Individuals who refused to back down, no matter the danger. She had long been accustomed to such attitudes, but she also knew the toll it could take. Even she, with all her years of experience, had moments where peace seemed more appealing than the constant fight. I understand, King said softly, but what do you intend to do with them? These organizations can't be trusted, you know. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied. I intend to use them for practice. You see, I'm going to be the leader of my village someday. This experience will help me out. I want to earn my keep, manage forces and properties. With them as the starting point, I can gather more fighters, build up my strength, and evolve my fighting style. I'm just starting to grow now, so this is the perfect time. His words carried a raw energy, the kind that came with a person ready to step into a new phase of their life. King listened intently, watching as his excitement grew. He was already strong, perhaps stronger than most fighters she knew, but his ambition was something else. If he was just beginning to grow, the peak of martial arts was within his reach. She couldn't help but be impressed, even if a part of her wondered if he was simply boasting. But there was something in the way he spoke, a conviction that made it hard to doubt him. Well, if you want to train, King said, her voice taking on a more practical tone, you can go to the mountains and nature for bigger purposes. But if you're looking to polish your fighting style without causing massive damage, there are many gyms for people like us. Naruto pondered for a moment before responding. I'll need both, but first, I'll go with the nature one. King nodded. Your choice, but remember to be careful, you won't be the only one out there. I will keep that in mind, Naruto replied, his grin widening. And thank you, King. You really are the best. From this day on, you're my friend. If you ever need help, just call me, and I'll come running without hesitation. Before King could react, Naruto stood up, wrapped her in a tight hug, and spun her around in the chair, causing her to laugh in surprise. He set her down gently, his grin infectious. No problem, King smiled, still chuckling at his energetic display. It's nothing, really, so don't go overboard on me, but yes, we're friends. Naruto's face softened as he gave her a final nod. Well, I'll see you later. Take care, King called as he turned to leave. As Naruto walked out of her apartment, King couldn't help but smile. He was an unpredictable whirlwind, a force of nature. Whatever he set his sights on, it was clear he wasn't going to back down. She had no doubt that his journey would be one to watch. The world had just gained another person who wouldn't be content until they had reached the peak of their potential. Naruto walked the bustling streets of Tokyo, his mind a swirling mix of thoughts and emotions. The world around him seemed so familiar, yet so foreign. He didn't belong here, but somehow, here he was. As he passed by neon signs, street vendors, and busy commuters, his thoughts drifted back to the chaos of his arrival. He had appeared in this world without any clue of how or why, after chasing someone through a portal. That portal had been his only link to his old world, his village, his people. But now, everything felt different. Kyuubi was missing, and he could feel the absence of the nine tails in a way that was both physical and emotional. His body felt stronger, faster even, yet restrained. His power had been altered somehow, a feeling of being incomplete gnawing at him. He had lost something important. A dream from the night before crept into his mind, a vision of a man from Akatsuki, a powerful figure who seemed to wield shockwaves that covered vast ranges. The memory was too vivid to be just a normal dream. In his past, Naruto had never experienced dreams like that. His dreams were usually filled with darkness, with thoughts of Kyuubi, ramen, or becoming Hokage. Dreams about his own ambitions and fears. But this was different. This dream felt real, as if it were a memory, a moment from his past. But whose memory was it? Naruto paused at a street corner, his brow furrowing as the thought took root. On a scale of 1 to 100, that seemed pretty messed up, he thought to himself, shaking his head slightly. He had always been someone who could laugh through pain, but this felt like something deeper, something more unsettling. Okay. Think, Naruto muttered to himself, trying to piece things together. The man in his dream wasn't someone he knew. It was a memory, but it didn't fit with his usual recollections. Could someone have placed false memories inside of him? Or had he forgotten them due to some kind of trauma? His mind raced, trying to fit the pieces into a coherent picture. Where were they fighting? He wondered. Most likely inside a city, and not just any city, Konoha. I'm pretty sure it was Konoha. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. If the man in his dream was connected to the destruction of Konoha, then Naruto's memories were more fragmented than he thought. He had jumped through that portal, but now he was left with nothing but gaps. Someone must have messed with my memories, Naruto muttered, his eyes narrowing as the pieces began to form. But it wouldn't make sense for it to be false. The last thing I remember is jumping through the portal, right before everything went to hell. So, if I take the most likely outcome, I probably forgot because of the trauma. My mind is trying to protect me from it. The more Naruto thought about it, the more his stomach twisted with anxiety. If Konoha was destroyed by this man, then what had happened to the people he loved? Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata, everyone, had they survived? Did anyone make it out? They must have survived, he whispered to himself, trying to hold on to hope. If I'm here, then they must have made it. Maybe it's because of Kakashi's space-time jutsu. If something went wrong with it, this could be the result. The thought was comforting, but not entirely reassuring. But I can't think too much about it. I need to stay focused. He breathed deeply, forcing his mind to calm. Okay, let's stay positive. No need to let bad thoughts take over. He had faced darkness before, accepted it, and used it as fuel to move forward. But this was different. This was his home, his village, and he had no idea if it was still standing, if his friends were safe. Jiraiya would want me to stay strong, Naruto thought, recalling his old sensei's words. Don't turn away from your pain. Face it, accept it, and keep moving forward. That's the only way. He exhaled slowly, finding some measure of peace in the decision. His friends were strong. They could survive, but he couldn't afford to waste time. He had 2 years to figure this out and return to them before it was too late. They'll be okay. I just need to make sure I get back before things get worse. Naruto stopped in front of an electronics store, his attention momentarily caught by a display showing the Spider-Man movie. His lips twitched into a smile as he looked at the screen. I went to the movies just last week in my memories. I wonder how good the movies are in this world. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. In his past life, he had always enjoyed action-packed movies with some romance or comedy thrown in. It was a simple pleasure, one that reminded him of the life he had before everything turned upside down. It was moments like this, small and quiet, that helped him find balance amid the chaos. Naruto wasn't particularly fond of the horror genre. The scares never seemed to hit the mark for him. After all, in the ninja world, real threats were far more terrifying than any movie could conjure up. The terrifying, life or death stakes of a mission or an unexpected attack always kept his senses sharp. Horror films felt like child's play in comparison, and honestly, only normal civilians seemed to enjoy them. In his experience, ninjas didn't get scared easily. They'd trained their minds and bodies to handle far worse things. Still, there was something curious about the film world in this new world. The people here were from all kinds of backgrounds, and the action scenes, while sometimes exaggerated, were real in a sense. The special effects and technology behind them were fascinating. In his world, technology was still behind in many areas, even though they had electricity, radios, computers, and guns. Cameras and game consoles existed, but vehicles like automobiles weren't common in the ninja world. Ninja could move faster than the machines, and those machines weren't practical in a world of constant conflict. The lack of cars was one of the reasons why tech had remained underdeveloped. Most of the focus was on magical powers, combat techniques, and other arcane practices. The ninja world had its share of advanced biological science, though, particularly in medical research, as many powerful families sought ways to enhance their bloodlines and perfect their warriors through biology rather than technology. Naruto paused, feeling his thoughts start to spiral again. He needed to calm his mind before he drove himself to exhaustion. Right, I shouldn't forget to relax or I'll end up doing more harm to my body than good. He couldn't afford to lose balance, not when his body and mind were in such unfamiliar territory. Jiraiya's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him about the importance of moderation. Balance in life, Naruto muttered to himself. That had been one of his sensei's key teachings. It was easy to get lost in the intensity of training or the rush of battle, but in the long run, pushing too hard could lead to burnout. His original plan had been to train steadily and enjoy the world he found himself in at a moderate pace, learning new things and growing into the leader he aspired to be. There was plenty of time ahead of him to become stronger, and he had to pace himself, especially if he intended to travel the world, gaining experience and wisdom from different cultures. He smiled to himself as he thought about Eliza. She had the knowledge he needed about the enemies he might face, and with her help, he could form strategies that would give him the upper hand. As much as Naruto enjoyed fighting, he knew that strategy and preparation were just as important. I'll talk to her soon. We can start planning. Then I can focus on my jutsu. It's only a matter of time before I master them all. Naruto had confidence in his abilities. He trained in the most difficult conditions, and his control over chakra had become top-notch. With his newfound control, he knew he'd master his jutsu in no time. The hand seals would come naturally to him, and his training would be all the more efficient without the limitations he used to face. Taking a deep breath and stretching his arms above his head, Naruto steeled himself for the next step in his journey. He had a lot to do, but it was all part of his growth. With his resolve firm, he turned and headed back to meet up with Mad Gear. There were new challenges ahead, but he was ready. There was no time to waste. Time to get to work, Naruto thought as he moved toward his next destination. On the rooftop of King's Bar, the gang had gathered, their usual casual demeanor on display. It wasn't the first time they'd been forced to accept a new leader, so they had grown accustomed to the constant shifting of power. But even for a seasoned crew like theirs, the unknown of their new boss still loomed, and they waited with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Relento, ever the tactician, leaned back against the railing, his eyes scanning the city below. His sharp mind rarely missed a detail, and he was always calculating, always thinking several steps ahead. Unlike the others, he wasn't blinded by the thrill of combat or the rush of violence. To him, power wasn't just about brute force. It was about control, influence, and understanding how to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Poison, do you really think it will work? You spent the night with him, so what's the verdict? Relento asked, his tone calm yet filled with underlying curiosity. It wasn't just about trust anymore. He wanted to know exactly what kind of man they were dealing with. Knowing Naruto's weaknesses, quirks, and mindset would be invaluable as they moved forward. If anything, Relento understood the value of information. Knowledge was a weapon just as sharp as any blade. Poison, still sitting on the edge of the rooftop, took a long drag from her cigarette before slowly exhaling, her gaze distant as she stared out at the sprawling city. He's a virgin, cares a lot about feelings and chastity, she began, her voice low and steady. So you guys better avoid talking about those topics if you don't want to get thrown aside. She paused for a moment, remembering the brief but intense interaction. He's very perceptive. Even when he sleeps, his danger level doesn't go down. I thought of trying to kill him in his sleep, and the moment I even considered it, the danger radiating off him spiked so much that my legs gave out. She paused again, a small smirk forming as she threw her cigarette down to the ground, crushing it under her heel. Just remember, he might look careless, but he's a monster in human flesh. We haven't seen him fight yet, but I've never felt a threat like that before. We might think we're tough, but he's on a different level. The gang listened attentively. They weren't surprised by her assessment. Poison had almost certainly tested Naruto's limits in their previous encounters, and the fact that she had survived, let alone spoken so candidly about him, spoke volumes. Naruto's reputation as a survivor of countless brutal fights and his intense training under Jiraiya had molded him into someone capable of defending himself even when unconscious, a skill that made him far more dangerous than most could ever anticipate. Relento, ever practical, nodded thoughtfully, taking in the information with the seriousness it warranted. Understood, he said, his voice steady. We'll focus on legal operations for now. His tone was one of quiet resolve. Though the temptation to indulge in the more chaotic and fun aspects of their lifestyle was strong, the reality of their new leader's potential power was enough to make him cautious. It was clear that this was a man they could not afford to underestimate. The others began to murmur in agreement, some more enthusiastic than others. Most likely, Poison continued, but we can slip in some underhanded things here and there. He doesn't seem to care much about stealing, as long as it doesn't harm people. Her eyes twinkled mischievously, already formulating plans in her mind. Despite the tense atmosphere, the idea of running a business, albeit a shady one, seemed to spark something in her. She chuckled, turning to face the others. I was thinking we could slip in some machines, start a legal business, you know? It's slower than just stealing it outright, but maybe it could be fun. Mad Gear and company, ha ha ha. However, the laughter she expected didn't come. Instead, the silence stretched on a moment too long, and Poison's sharp instincts told her something was off. She glanced around, only to realize that someone had silently approached her, standing right behind her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she turned slowly to face the figure. There, standing with a calm yet dangerous presence, was Naruto. The gang froze. The tension in the air thickened, as they realized that Naruto had overheard the conversation. How long had he been standing there? Had he heard everything? Poison, with a mix of surprise and curiosity, met Naruto's gaze. His expression was unreadable, his usual carefree attitude replaced by an intensity that matched the weight of the situation. "So," Naruto said, his voice casual yet tinged with a hint of amusement, "what were you all talking about? Mad gear? Starting a legal business?" For a moment, the group was silent, unsure of how to react. Then Relento, with his usual calm demeanor, was the first to speak. "Just discussing plans," he said smoothly, his eyes locked on Naruto's, calculating. "Nothing more." Naruto's lips curled into a smirk. "Good," he said, his voice light, though his eyes showed that he wasn't entirely fooled. "I'm all for making money, as long as no one gets hurt." He turned and leaned against the edge of the roof, his back to the group, as if to give them a moment to adjust. "But don't think I won't be watching. I'm not like your previous bosses." The silence that followed was thick with the weight of his words. The gang knew that this new leader would be different, dangerous, but perhaps the one they needed if they wanted to succeed in this chaotic world. Naruto's words hung in the air as he spoke passionately about his goals. His eyes gleamed with determination as he landed on the rooftop, his jump from the telephone pole effortless, like he had done it 1,000 times before. His smile was wide and full of energy, a stark contrast to the gravity of what he had just shared. "I think that's a good idea," he continued, his voice light yet firm, "but let's earn the money through a tournament or battle instead. We are all fighters, so let's use our birthright to earn our stay." His words were a challenge to the gang, inviting them to test their skills and prove themselves. It wasn't just about power, it was about earning respect through battle. Roxy, standing close by, couldn't help but smile back. She had changed her outfit since their last meeting. Gone were the short denim pants, replaced with orange shorts that came down to her knees. Her black top, leaving her belly button exposed, showed off the rose tattoo she had on her stomach, its thorns curling around the edge. She was confident, her gaze never wavering as she looked at Naruto with curiosity. "Boss," she asked with a playful tone, "what is your goal? If we know it, we can do better than just sitting around waiting for your commands." She genuinely wanted to understand him, not just as their boss, but as someone who could lead them to something greater. She had always been a fighter, but now she was beginning to see a bigger picture, one that could involve wealth, power, and influence. If they could follow him and align with his ambitions, there was a chance to be part of something much larger than their own lives. Naruto's smile widened even more as he answered. "My goal is to become the strongest and learn dimensional travel. I intend to take down people like Akuma and force them to give me the answers. That is my top goal," he said, his voice filled with excitement. The ambition in his tone was clear, the desire to transcend boundaries, to fight the greatest threats, and to unlock the mysteries that lay beyond this world. "But on the other hand," he continued, "I also want to learn leadership skills and lead our group to become successful in this world, since my future is to be the leader of my people." He took a breath, and his expression became even more resolute. "I am the son of the Uzumaki clan, the son of the 4th Lord of Konoha, and the future 6th Lord of Konoha." The weight of his words settled into the air. Konoha. The name meant so much to him. The village that had shaped his identity, the place where he had once been a mere orphan, and now, it was a symbol of his future. Naruto wasn't just a boy dreaming of being Hokage anymore. He had a vision, a strategy. He had the strength and the will to see it through. He looked at them, his gaze unwavering, his words sharp and full of purpose. "As for what Konoha is, it's a ninja village," he explained. "What do you guys think? This path is going to be fun and difficult, filled with danger and opportunities." There was a pause as his words sunk in. The gang, who had been used to chaotic lives and constant struggle, could sense the weight of Naruto's vision. They weren't just following a boss. They were being led by someone with a mission, someone who understood that power was more than just strength. It was about vision, about leadership, and about making decisions that would change the world. Roxy looked at him, her playful demeanor now shifted to one of admiration. She had always followed strong leaders, but Naruto was different. There was something about him, something raw and untapped, that made her believe in his dream. Maybe it was the fire in his eyes or the way he carried himself, but she felt like this path could lead to something extraordinary. Meanwhile, Poison, who had been observing from the shadows, noticed the change in the air. There was no denying it, Naruto wasn't just a fighter, he was a force. The kind of person who could lead them to heights they had never even considered. She had started out with her usual approach, seeing him as another mark to manipulate. But now? She wasn't so sure, she was intrigued. Naruto continued, his tone turning more reflective as he spoke about the history of Konoha. Peace and order couldn't be attained by a single man, he said, his voice low but steady. The path Jiraiya walked was limited. I see that now. A single man, no matter how strong, cannot bring true peace. It takes something more, something bigger. He paused, as if reflecting on the weight of history itself. Hashirama and Madara had the chance to bring peace to the world, but they chose selfishness and narrow-mindedness. Madara gave in to hate once Hashirama sided with the people, and Hashirama. He gave up a once-in-a-lifetime chance for peace because he didn't want to cause death. He chose the path of non-violence, and in the end, it led to his death. Naruto's eyes grew more intense as he spoke about the two men who had shaped the history of Konoha. Hashirama could have controlled the power to create a utopia, but he didn't. Madara, on the other hand, would have caused unnecessary destruction just to prove his dominance. That's the difference. Together, they could have changed the world. But now, it's up to me. The gang could sense that Naruto wasn't just speaking about the past. He was laying the groundwork for his future. This wasn't just about becoming the strongest. It was about building something that would last, something that would transcend the mistakes of the past. Naruto's ambition was no longer just to be Hokage for the sake of recognition. Now, it was about using that power to reshape the world in his own image. They all stood in silence for a moment, each one reflecting on what Naruto had just shared. The world he was describing wasn't one they had ever thought about, at least not in such grand terms. But now, with Naruto at the helm, they could see that the road ahead would be full of challenges, yes, but also limitless possibilities. This was no longer just about survival. It was about conquering everything in their path and reshaping the world as they saw fit. And for the first time, they were excited to follow someone with such a bold vision. Naruto's thoughts were heavy with the weight of the lessons he had learned. He had studied the histories of the Sage of Six Paths and his sons, understanding how peace, even when achieved, could unravel when not accompanied by the strength to preserve it. The sage's world had faltered because he had failed to create a lasting force. His sons, like Hashirama and Madara, were ultimately torn by opposing ideologies, both with the potential to maintain peace but unable to do so because of their deeply rooted differences. The older brother had been defeated, and the younger brother, unable to kill him, had allowed a war to ignite. The conflict that followed was an unavoidable result of their inability to resolve their struggles through stronger leadership. This lesson stung particularly because it mirrored the very problems that Naruto was determined to avoid in his own life. The paths of destruction that had come from this failed peace were something he would not allow for the world he sought to build. His reflection on the history of the sage and his sons felt all too relevant, especially in the light of his ongoing concerns with Sasuke. Jiraiya had warned him about these patterns, making him understand that Sasuke, like the sons of the sage, was on a potentially destructive path. The same could be said for Naruto's own past, where he had grown up shunned by his village and almost slipped into the shadows of darkness. Jiraiya had taught him that kindness was essential, but that there was a limit. You could not afford to be too soft in the face of betrayal and evil. Sometimes, you had to show a strength that would maintain the confidence of your people. It was this very philosophy that Naruto would carry into his leadership, strength that ensured peace could endure. Will you kill Sasuke if there is no choice left? Jiraiya's words echoed in Naruto's mind as he continued to reflect. It was the final lesson, one that Jiraiya had imparted on him with the weight of his own painful regrets. The man had lived with the regret of not killing Orochimaru when he had the chance, and now, he bore the burden of the snake's destruction on his conscience. Naruto's conclusion, after hours of meditation, was clear. If Sasuke fell too far into darkness and there was no other choice, he would do what was necessary. He would kill him. The words hurt as they formed in his mind, but he understood their necessity. Jiraiya's pain had become his own. He would not allow himself to be trapped in that same cycle of regret. He had to be strong, even if it meant making the hardest decisions. His thoughts turned to the people he cared for, the bonds that kept him tethered to the world. His life was no longer just his own. He had friends, family, and people who relied on him. It was a responsibility that he could not take lightly. His empathic ability, which had been amplified by Kurama, allowed him to connect with others on a level he had never imagined. He felt their pain, their joy, their sorrow, and it made him more resolute in his goal. This was the power of understanding, and it was what kept him grounded in his mission. Naruto thought back to his experiences with Gaara and Sasuke. He had connected with them, felt their darkness, their despair. He had shared his pain with them, and in doing so, helped them find their way. But not everyone could be saved. Some were too far gone, and it was a hard truth that Naruto had come to accept. He would not allow the darkness of others to overshadow the light that he sought to bring into the world. I will walk the path that my father figure, and the others before me walked, Naruto said to himself, his voice quiet but firm. The journey would be difficult, but it was his responsibility to complete it. Peace could only be achieved by understanding the dangers of complacency. By embracing the truth of the past and the lessons it held. Naruto would forge a future where those he loved and the world he envisioned could thrive. His steps were now sure and unwavering, filled with a confidence that had not been there before. He had accepted the weight of his mission, knowing full well the sacrifices it would require. No matter how difficult the journey became, no matter how much pain it caused, he had promised himself that he would see it through. He would complete the dream, for the sake of those who came before him and those who would follow. Unlike those who had walked this path alone, Naruto would have his friends and family by his side. Together, they would face the trials ahead, and together, they would build a future that no one could tear down. The road was long, the challenges many, but with their support, Naruto knew he would not waver. This was his destiny, one he would fulfill with strength, wisdom, and the unshakable bonds he had forged along the way. As Naruto's words settled in, the atmosphere on the roof shifted. The gang, accustomed to seeing leaders who hid behind facades or who spoke cryptically, found themselves struck by the straightforward nature of their new boss. They had met many ninja in the past, from the likes of Guy and Ibuki to others of lesser renown, but none had exuded the same level of confidence, raw power, and public presence that Naruto did. Naruto's demeanor was unlike any ninja they had encountered. The others were secretive, working in the shadows, operating with caution and subtlety. But Naruto was different. He was out in the open, fighting for the world to see. He was a ninja, yes, but he made no effort to hide it, and his strength was as much about his actions as it was about his words. His desire to walk in the light rather than linger in the shadows caught their attention. The realization dawned on Poison and Roxy simultaneously. This is much better than we thought, they thought. They had underestimated him, assuming he was another hidden figure like Ryu, someone who played by the rules of secrecy and isolation. But Naruto was proving to be far more than that. He was a force, and at only 16 years old, no known fighter in the world could rival his potential. "Boss, will you take care of us? How are you going to treat your servants?" Poison asked the most pressing question, the one that hung in the air like an unspoken truth. They needed to know where they stood with him. Would they be pawns, expendable and easily discarded, or would he value them as his trusted companions? Naruto looked at her with an unwavering gaze, his voice steady and resolute. "If you follow me properly, I will treat you like family. If someone beats you up, I will beat them up. If you are suffering, I will help you overcome it. I will not let you suffer, and I will give you the rewards you deserve. But if you break my rules, then you will get the punishment you deserve." For the first time since meeting him, Naruto released his killing intent. The sheer weight of it crashed down on them with an intensity that was almost suffocating. The air grew thick, heavy, as if the very presence of his intent could crush their spirits. Poison and Roxy felt their hearts race, their bodies instinctively recoiling under the pressure. The ground cracked beneath them as Naruto's chakra seeped into the atmosphere, leaving a lingering aura of death. The impact of his presence was overwhelming. If they were normal humans, their hearts might have burst under the strain, and the roof might have collapsed from the sheer force. The sensation was far worse than anything they had ever experienced, more suffocating than even Akuma's presence. For a moment, it felt like the entire world had come to a standstill, with only Naruto's overwhelming power dominating everything around them. "Understood, boss," Poison managed to say, her voice quiet, tinged with both fear and respect. She had no desire to experience that intensity again. It was a reminder of just how much power Naruto truly possessed. "And here I thought he was a saint or something, but he was just a demon turned saint," she thought to herself, shaken yet even more drawn to his strength and leadership. Naruto smiled, his expression softening. "Don't worry, I will never show it to you again," he reassured them, his tone gentle. In an instant, he was between them, pulling both girls into a quick, comforting embrace. It was a stark contrast to the intense display of power he had just shown. The gesture felt almost casual, a way of demonstrating that despite the authority he commanded, he was still someone who could connect with them. Now, spread out and gather information about tournaments or fights for me, Naruto instructed, his tone firm yet inviting. If you have any other plans, or if you know people who we can recruit, let me know. We'll see what to do with them. I'm going to work on making your wrestling band interesting and famous. Abby and Hugo will follow me. The rest of you can go now and meet back here when I call you or at 5 p.m. sharp. He planted a kiss on each of their cheeks as a final gesture, and with a smile, let them go. The gang was taken aback by the sudden warmth of his actions. No one had expected Naruto to be so smooth, so touchy-feely. But it was clear now. Naruto wasn't just giving them orders, he was offering them a chance to become closer, to be part of something bigger. And it was up to them whether they would seize that opportunity or let it slip away. Yes, boss. Roxy shouted enthusiastically, her voice ringing with newfound energy. The rest of the gang followed suit, quickly jumping off the roof and disappearing into the city below. They were eager to prove themselves, to show Naruto they were capable of delivering results. Naruto turned to Abby and Hugo, his gaze shifting to their gym. Okay, let's go to your gym, he said, already thinking about the next steps in their plan. I heard you guys have a place where you train and even hold matches. It's a shame about the bad history, but that's not a problem for us. Criminal history might have been bad for business, but I think we can turn it around. With that, the group moved out, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As they left, Naruto's mind was already turning with ideas. He had a plan, and he wasn't about to let anything stand in the way of achieving his goals. With his gang behind him, and his confidence surging, the path ahead seemed clearer than ever. As Naruto and the two giants stepped into the gym and surveyed the surroundings, the sense of potential was clear. The place had been well maintained, with decent equipment and a clean environment. It was evident that a lot of money had gone into building the gym and the underground arena next door. Yet, despite these positives, the gym had been unable to attract a steady flow of customers or fighters. The past reputation of Mad Gear, with its notorious and violent history, cast a long shadow over their efforts. Even the core members were infamous, while the rest were largely forgotten unless they were involved in a memorable confrontation. Naruto, confident as ever, sat down in the office and motioned for Abby and Hugo to stand before him. He could sense their tension but also their cautious hope. They had heard about his background and saw the potential in him, much like Poison had, but now they wanted to know what he would do for them. Okay, explain the situation, Naruto said, his voice casual but firm. He looked at Abby and Hugo, expecting clarity. Abby glanced at Hugo, unsure of what to expect. They were still processing Naruto's earlier display of power and his confidence. But after hearing about his background and seeing his potential, they were ready for answers. Well, Abby began, looking slightly embarrassed. As you can see, people don't like us. The gym's mostly empty, and the matches aren't drawing a crowd. It's been tough. We don't have much going for us aside from the core members' reputation, and we haven't been able to invite other fighters to keep the matches interesting. Naruto leaned back in his seat, listening intently. Have you tried making people like you? He asked, his voice casual yet probing. Abby blinked, momentarily stumped by such a simple question. He thought back to their past methods, beating people, breaking things, threatening and intimidating others. It had all been about violence, not connection. Ah, I didn't think of that, Abby replied with a nervous chuckle. The realization hit him hard. He and his crew had been so accustomed to acting as bullies that they'd forgotten how to build relationships through decency and kindness. Naruto's approach was radically different, and it was clear he had a better understanding of what they were missing. Okay, I get your problems now. Here's what we'll do. We're going to remake your image. We're the good guys now. People need to see us as the ones they can trust. Sure, you guys come with a negative reputation, but mine is building up. People will take interest in us once they hear about me. He stood up and started pacing, his confidence unwavering. We'll help people when we can. We'll hold matches that are worth attending. We'll get people talking, and when they see that we're making a difference, they'll want to join in. As for the gym, you can't just rely on your own strength. We need to bring in teachers. You guys are strong, but teaching is a skill that takes time to learn. If you want to become good teachers, take a student and start from there. Abby listened intently, nodding. But one concern still lingered. But boss, how are we going to get other fighters? Will they really come to you? Are you going to fight yourself? Naruto's grin widened, and he answered with a confident tone, they'll come, but we don't need them. I'll create fighters for you to fight. With a snap of his fingers, a clone appeared, shaped exactly like Kakashi, his former teacher. Abby and Hugo stared in awe as the clone materialized before them, the very air crackling with its presence. The clone was indistinguishable from a real person, moving and standing as if it were alive. Hugo, always more reserved, reached out and poked the clone's chest. It's real, he whispered in disbelief. Abby, his eyes wide with shock, turned to Naruto. Boss, how strong is it? And are you the strongest person from your place? Naruto's grin didn't falter. It's as strong as I am and knows everything I know. But it depends on how much energy I put into making it. I'm the third strongest person from my place, and once my training finishes, I'll become the strongest person alive. The confidence in Naruto's voice was undeniable. He wasn't just talking about potential, he was already among the strongest in his world, and his journey was far from over. Naruto's self-awareness of his strength and the limitations that came with it were key in shaping his approach to combat and leadership. Even though he was third in power among the strongest ninjas in Konoha, he knew his strength had not yet reached its peak. Tsunade and Jiraiya, seasoned and wise, were still stronger than him, with Jiraiya's deep mastery of Sage Mode and Tsunade's unparalleled strength in physical combat. But Naruto, despite being at his current level, was rapidly advancing. Kakashi, although a formidable ninja in his own right, would only have a 40% chance of winning against Naruto at this moment. That was a sobering realization for both, given the history they shared and the mutual respect between them. But the critical difference lay in Naruto's vast chakra reserves, which were 300 times higher than Kakashi's, and his growing affinity with elemental techniques. His base power alone made him a threat, with the potential to become even more formidable once he mastered Sage Mode. Guy, the master of the 8 gates, had a chance to overpower Naruto, if he opened the gates beyond the third. However, that would put Guy in a vulnerable state, and Naruto had the ability to stop him in his tracks before Guy could unleash his full power. That was a significant advantage. The biggest challenge, however, came in the form of his most potent attack, Rasen Shuriken. While it was powerful enough to decimate anyone in its path, its wide area of effect made it unsuitable for fights involving civilians or teammates. It was, as Naruto knew, a killer move, and he didn't use it lightly. Sasuke, on the other hand, remained the one opponent who consistently outclassed him, especially in speed. The enhancements Orochimaru had bestowed upon Sasuke, improving his strength, durability, and even granting him a healing factor, made him a nightmare to fight. The combination of the Sharingan and these enhancements made Sasuke a more dangerous opponent for Naruto, despite the latter's superior chakra reserves. Even though Naruto's healing abilities and strength were above average, Sasuke's artificial modifications had effectively nullified those advantages, leaving Naruto struggling in their encounters. The advantage Naruto did have, though, was his versatility. His vast chakra reserves allowed him to learn multiple fighting styles, including various elemental jutsu. Wind was his primary style, but he had acquired knowledge of other elements, using them to understand their weaknesses and strengths better. This broad approach allowed him to be prepared for situations where one element was ineffective or neutralized, such as when fighting demonic beings who thrived on darkness, making darkness-based jutsu counterproductive. Naruto's experience fighting Jiraiya, especially when Sage Mode was in play, solidified his understanding of elemental mastery. Jiraiya had demonstrated his mastery by using Naruto's own fireball jutsu against him, a feat that Naruto would have struggled to comprehend had he not been pushed to his limits. Elemental manipulation in the hands of a master was something rare, and Naruto knew that to stand a chance against the best, he would need to continue expanding his knowledge. All of these factors, his growing power, diverse elemental jutsu, and keen awareness of his enemy's strengths and weaknesses, would serve him well. But Naruto also knew that power alone was not enough to change the world. He had to be strategic, careful not to let his abilities cloud his judgment or lead to reckless actions. His ultimate goal was to create a future where he didn't have to rely solely on power, but on the bonds he built and the legacy he left behind. Abby and Hugo stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the sight before them. Naruto, already a force to be reckoned with, had summoned clones of some of the most powerful figures from his world, each of them an embodiment of skill and strength. To see Naruto effortlessly replicate the power of people like Kakashi, Jiraiya, and even Zabuza was a humbling experience for the duo, who had never encountered such mastery of technique. The clones were not just duplicates. They exuded the same aura of power, a reflection of Naruto's skill and control. "Boss, how are the fights going to go?" Abi asked, still processing the reality of what they were witnessing. His excitement was palpable, but he couldn't help but wonder about the structure of these upcoming matches. Naruto's grin widened as he answered, "You will struggle and try to win. I will make them weaker for you guys. This is Kakashi, my teacher. This is Jiraiya, my master. And these are others, Asuma, Choji, Hiruzen, Zabuza, and Naruto." Each name was accompanied by the appearance of a clone, all perfectly mimicking the style and presence of the individuals they were based on. Abi and Hugo were speechless. They could feel the weight of each figure's legacy in the air, even if they knew they were simply copies. Abi blinked as he noticed the last clone, Naruto, who looked shockingly similar to Naruto but with a distinct female form. "Is that, boss?" he muttered, his eyes narrowing in confusion. Naruto chuckled, noticing their reaction. "No, I don't have siblings. I'm an orphan. I like to play around with people, so I've used a female form to have some fun. Careful with your gaze, alright? I don't like disgusting looks at my body," he said playfully. Naruto, with her golden hair styled in twin tails, wore a tight orange top and black shorts, walking to Naruto's side. She was a picture of beauty, crafted specifically to be a distraction. Abi, quickly realizing the situation, turned his gaze away. "Of course we won't do that," he said, trying to avoid further embarrassment. Naruto, clearly amused, waved it off. "Relax, I was kidding. But back to the topic. We need to let people know about us, and the internet is a great place for that." Naruto had already figured out how to utilize a fighter's website to their advantage. The site was where skilled fighters could upload high-quality content, far from the trashy street brawls that typically filled the internet. The platform had a reputation to uphold, and only the best could get attention. Through this website, Naruto would be able to garner interest from both fans and competitors alike. "We'll make a name for ourselves," Naruto continued, his tone filled with conviction. "You already know people are talking about me. They're making theories and discussions about my background and potential. Even though I've just started, I'm already gaining attention. That's the power of reputation. The same goes for others. Ryu has millions of fans, and he doesn't even interact with them. Terry is a crowd favorite because he's social. Kyokusanagi built his following before becoming famous. And Mad Gear? Well, they have their followers too, but they're mostly bad people. We can change that." Abi and Hugo, now more intrigued than ever, listened carefully. They could see where Naruto was going with this. A fighter's reputation wasn't just about strength. It was about how you played the game and how you made people see you. Mad Gear might have a reputation, but it was tainted. Naruto was offering a chance to turn it all around, to turn their organization into something that people would admire, not fear. Naruto gave them a moment to digest the information before gesturing toward the door. "Follow me," he said, leading them to the gym's entrance. His clones, still in position, followed suit. When Naruto stepped out into the bustling city streets, he looked every bit the gang leader he was becoming. With his clones standing behind him and the towering figures of Abi and Hugo flanking him, they cut an imposing figure that turned heads. "Ahem. Hello my good people," Naruto began, his voice carrying effortlessly through the crowd. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I believe you've seen my fight with Zangief and Mad Gear." The crowd around them paused, taking notice. Some people started recording, others whispered among themselves, but all eyes were on Naruto as he continued with the same confident tone. "Many of you are wondering where I come from and what I'm doing. The answer is easy. I come from an ancient clan, and I was trained as a fighter since birth. I want to fight strong people with interesting abilities and enjoy my time. I'm also a leader in the making, so I've decided to take over Mad Gear and turn it into something legitimate. These are my subordinates, and together, we'll teach you how to be strong and show you some incredible fights in our ring. You can even participate to fight against them or fight me if you're capable." With his words, the atmosphere around them shifted. People who had been going about their business stopped and stared, captivated by Naruto's charisma. His presence was undeniable, drawing attention and commanding respect. His words, though simple, carried weight, as if he was offering an opportunity no one could afford to miss. The crowd was already buzzing with excitement. Some people were talking about joining, others about the prospect of seeing a fight against someone like Naruto himself. For the first time, Mad Gear was on the verge of becoming something bigger, a legitimate force in the world of combat sports, thanks to Naruto's bold vision and charismatic leadership. As Naruto's clones displayed their abilities, the crowd around them was left in awe. Each clone represented not just a fighter, but a whole philosophy and approach to combat. Kakashi's Raikiri crackled with raw energy, and the Hounds of Lightning danced around him, giving a hint of the ferocity of his lightning techniques. Asuma's clone manipulated the wind, creating miniature twisters that whipped through the air, demonstrating the raw power of wind chakra and his combat style. Zabuza's clone stood firm, wielding the sword with unmatched skill, and as he swung it, the mist seemed to materialize around him, blurring the vision of anyone near. The presence of the mist evoked memories of his deadly silent battles, and the crowd shuddered in excitement at the thought of facing such a formidable opponent. Jiraiya's clone, ever flamboyant, summoned flames from his body, using his hair in creative ways to whip and lash at the air. The fiery aura surrounding him added a dangerous but thrilling element to the spectacle. Hiruzen's clone, displaying his mastery over earth, created towering walls of earth that shifted into mudslides, showing his tactical control of the battlefield. Choji's clone, a physical powerhouse, expanded his body mass and grew to an enormous height of 5 meters, his immense strength on full display. The ground shook slightly as he moved, making it clear that his size wasn't the limit of his power. Naruko's clone, with her golden twin tails swaying in the breeze, summoned chains from her storage, expertly manipulating them with chakra as though they were extensions of her own body. The chains snaked through the air, snapping and twisting with deadly precision. Her control over them was flawless, showing a level of grace and lethal intent in her attacks. The entire display was a masterful showcase of Naruto's skill and creativity, each fighter clone embodying a different element and style. The audience was stunned into silence for a moment, trying to process the enormity of what they were seeing. The clones, in their respective ways, demonstrated the kind of strength that made them legends, but Naruto wasn't finished. His booming voice, amplified by his chakra control, reverberated through the air, reaching the ears of everyone within a wide radius. "Today's fight is for free, so come join us, friends, and let's have a good time," he announced confidently, making sure that his words carried far beyond the immediate vicinity. The charisma and energy he exuded were magnetic, leaving no doubt that he could not only win battles but also lead and inspire others. As Naruto turned to head into the underground arena, the crowd slowly began to stir, exchanging excited whispers. Some were hesitant, unsure of what to expect, but curiosity began to take hold. The sound of footsteps followed Naruto's lead as the first few brave souls ventured toward the entrance of the arena. With the gang confidently marching into the venue, it was clear that their presence alone was enough to command attention. The underground arena was large enough to accommodate 500 spectators, but as the first few trickled in, it quickly became apparent that it might not be enough. Naruto, always thinking ahead, turned to Abby. "The place might not be enough, so arrange something for it," he instructed calmly, knowing that he had to plan for the crowds that would inevitably flood in. Abby nodded immediately, understanding the gravity of the situation. He was already considering ways to expand the space, whether by opening additional viewing areas or organizing a queue to keep things flowing smoothly. The excitement in the air was contagious, and it was clear that today's fight was just the beginning of something much larger. Naruto wasn't leaving anything to chance. He left one of his clones behind to handle the situation, ensuring that everything would run smoothly. With a flick of his wrist, the clone activated a communication jutsu, establishing a direct link to Naruto. He would remain connected to the events, able to oversee the logistics and ensure everything went according to plan. As Naruto entered the underground arena, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This was just the start of his plan to reshape Mad Gear. He wasn't just building a new image for them. He was making them a force to be reckoned with, not just in combat, but in the business of entertainment, inspiring others to follow his example and be part of something great. His confidence and strategic thinking were already paying off, and it was clear to everyone that the fight for control had only just begun. Eliza observed the spectacle below with mild amusement, her crimson eyes glowing faintly in the dim light as she perched atop the building opposite the gym. The display Naruto and his clones had orchestrated had certainly drawn her attention. She had arrived just in time to see the clones demonstrating their techniques, and she quickly discerned the truth that others missed. They weren't subordinates but shadow clones. Not bad indeed. More interesting than I expected, she murmured to herself, a small smile playing on her lips. Naruto, however, wasn't oblivious to her presence. His sharp senses and experience had alerted him to her the moment she arrived. With a confident leap, he ascended to the rooftop where she stood, his movement smooth and precise. Standing beside her, he offered her a warm smile. "Thanks for the compliment. You want a drink before we start speaking?" he asked, extending his hand toward her casually. Eliza tilted her head, curious but amused. "What is this?" she inquired, her smile widening. "I thought maybe you could, take it from my arm or hand," Naruto said, shrugging as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Her laughter rang out, light and melodic. "I can, but the result will be the same," she replied, clearly entertained by his straightforwardness. Naruto sighed, his expression shifting into one of resigned humor. "Can't you cancel it out? You know how difficult it is for a healthy guy like me to endure that feeling." Eliza's gaze locked onto his, her crimson eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "I can tell how much it drives you mad, but I can't change anything about it. It's a natural phenomenon," she replied with an air of detached sympathy. Naruto held her gaze, unwavering despite the warmth that radiated from her and the seductive edge to her voice. "Sigh, let's get this over with." Despite his calm exterior, Naruto was well aware of the effect Eliza had on him. Her presence stirred something primal within him, and it wasn't just her beauty or enchanting demeanor. It was her very essence. She radiated a seductive aura, one that combined allure and danger in equal measure. For an Uzumaki, who already had heightened vitality and chakra reserves, her influence was almost overwhelming. He couldn't deny the impact it had on his body. Between Eliza's presence and the other women around him, his heightened yang energy, exacerbated by Kurama, was becoming difficult to manage. It wasn't just a matter of self-control, it was a battle against his own biology. His showers had turned into sessions of necessary release, where his frustrations manifested in physical ways that left him embarrassed at the aftermath. Naruto had even resorted to carving a seal on his own body to break him out of the days when his desires became too overpowering. Jiraiya had warned him about the Uzumaki's infamous vitality and shared stories of his father's similar struggles. Minato, it seemed, had frequently needed breaks from home life to maintain his composure, all thanks to Kushina's energy-draining effect on him. Eliza, sensing his internal conflict, leaned closer, her voice a soft whisper against his ear. "If it's too hard to endure, you could always indulge with the lower beings," she teased, her tone laced with playful malice. Her proximity was intoxicating. The warmth of her breath, the softness of her touch as she placed a hand on his shoulder, and the glimmer of her fangs as she spoke, it was a potent combination. Yet, Naruto held firm. His ocean blue eyes stared directly into hers, resolute and unyielding. "I don't wish to sleep with people I haven't accepted as my lovers," he stated firmly. "Sex without love is meaningless." Eliza blinked, momentarily taken aback by his conviction. Her lips curved into a genuine smile. "I see. We are very similar in that case, Naruto. I have never found a partner, and I am still very much pure. Ironic, isn't it? For a being like me, often called a sex demon, to hold such beliefs." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "It's the same for my kind. Uzumaki aren't exactly known for restraint. With the energy we possess, many would give in to temptation without a second thought. But for me, love and sex should go together, not apart." "Right," Eliza said with a light chuckle, her amusement clear. "It's fascinating to find we share similar views, Naruto." But her tone shifted, growing softer, almost apologetic. "I'm getting thirsty, so we'll have to continue this conversation later." Before he could reply, Eliza leaned closer, her lips brushing lightly against the side of his neck. Her fangs gleamed in the moonlight as she whispered, "This won't hurt much." Naruto tensed slightly but didn't move as her fangs pierced his skin. A rush of warmth spread through him, a mix of pain and pleasure that left his heart racing. Despite his reservations, he remained composed, knowing this was simply a part of who she was. The feeding process was unlike anything Naruto had ever experienced. It was overwhelming, a blend of sensation and emotion that left him teetering on the edge of control. Eliza's bite sent a rush of heat through his body, her presence amplifying every primal instinct within him. His breathing grew ragged, his heart pounding as the line between pain and pleasure blurred dangerously. He could feel himself slipping, his body urging him to surrender to the overwhelming lust surging through him. Desperately, Naruto activated the pain seal he had carved into his body. A sharp jolt of agony coursed through his nerves, breaking the haze that threatened to consume him. The pain was his lifeline, a brutal reminder to keep his instincts in check. Without it, Naruto knew he would have either attacked Eliza or sought out someone else to satisfy his overpowering desires. As the pain cleared his head, a sudden flash of imagery appeared in his mind, fragments of a memory he didn't recognize. The vision was vivid, yet fragmented, like pieces of a puzzle scattered before him. He saw a woman, her presence radiating warmth and love, but her face remained obscured. Her figure, however, was striking, toned, curvaceous, and graceful, with a silhouette that left no doubt about her beauty. Long, flowing blonde hair framed her form, shimmering like sunlight in his mind's eye. The memory struck him with an intensity that left him reeling. He felt a deep, undeniable connection to this mysterious woman. It wasn't just admiration, it was something far deeper, a bond forged through love and trust. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to grasp at the details, they slipped through his fingers, leaving him with more questions than answers. What happened? Eliza asked, her voice pulling him back to the present. She noticed the change in his demeanor, the distant look in his eyes and the way his body had stiffened. Give me a minute. I need to gather my thoughts, Naruto replied, his voice tinged with frustration as he turned away, his mind racing to piece together the fragments. The conclusion he reached was troubling. He was missing memories. There's no other explanation, Naruto thought, clenching his fists. I've clearly accepted someone as my lover before. But who? Who is she? Ino doesn't have a body like that, so it's not her. The only other blonde I know is Samui, but she has short hair. Unless she grew it out for some reason. Still, it doesn't add up. What else am I forgetting? What happened after that mission with the rogue puppeteer? The questions swirled in his mind, an endless storm of uncertainty. The thought of missing chunks of his life, of not knowing who he truly was or what had happened to him, gnawed at his very being. He needed answers. He needed the truth. Turning back to Eliza, Naruto's expression was serious, his usual playful demeanor replaced with an intensity that even she found intriguing. Eliza, do you know anyone who can access memories? He asked, his voice firm. Eliza studied him for a moment, intrigued by the determination etched across his face. His aura was magnetic, his presence commanding her attention in a way few others could. If you want someone who can help unlock your memories, I can do it easily, she said, her tone calm but certain. Mental abilities are a basic skill of my kind. Naruto hesitated, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts. He wasn't afraid of what he might see in his memories. It was the potential risks of allowing Eliza into his mind that gave him pause. What if she tampered with something? What if she altered more than just the locked memories? Eliza noticed his hesitation and smiled faintly, amused by his caution. Do you not trust me? She asked, her tone light, but there was an undercurrent of curiosity in her voice. Your concerns are valid, Naruto. Only a fool would jump into this without thinking it through. Naruto sighed, his blue eyes locking onto hers. He saw no malice in her gaze, only intrigue. Eliza had no reason to harm him. She was already benefiting from his blood, and if anything, she seemed to value his presence. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. Do it, he said with resolve. I need to know what's hidden in my mind. Eliza's smile widened slightly, her crimson eyes glowing with interest. Very well. Close your eyes and relax. This might feel strange. Eliza focused on the task at hand, her curiosity about Naruto's decision tempered by her respect for the weight of his request. She could feel the energy radiating from him, an overwhelming golden glow that pulsated with life and personality. It was unlike anything she had encountered before, and she understood why his blood was so intoxicating. It wasn't just chakra. It was him, distilled into a form she could consume. She knew that tampering with his mind could disrupt that delicate balance. His golden chakra was a rare phenomenon, reflecting a person who embodied hope, resilience, and love. If his spirit were crushed or corrupted, his chakra would change, losing its brilliance, perhaps turning dark or even dull and lifeless. This wasn't merely a physical attribute but a spiritual one, a testament to Naruto's indomitable will and unique nature. Eliza's respect for this purity was part of why she had no intention of harming him. She found him fascinating, a rare gem in a sea of mediocrity, and she wanted to see how his story would unfold. As Naruto sat in a meditative pose, his clones maintained a watchful presence nearby, invisible to anyone who might intrude. Eliza sat behind him, her hands glowing as she placed them gently on his head. A shimmering magical circle expanded beneath them, humming softly with protective energy. Two smaller circles spun around her hands, their intricate symbols reflecting her mastery of mental abilities. The process began quickly. Naruto felt a tug at the edges of his consciousness as Eliza delved into the recesses of his mind, unraveling the threads that had been tied off and hidden. The memories came flooding back like a broken dam, overwhelming and vivid. Eliza found her answer as she worked. Naruto's trust in her wasn't reckless, it was calculated. He valued the truth of these hidden memories more than the potential risks of her interference. He had weighed the situation carefully and trusted his instincts about her nature. It was a bold move, but it spoke volumes about his character. Naruto, however, was not calm. As the memories unfolded, his expression darkened. Rage flickered across his face, his brows furrowing as sadness clouded his usually vibrant eyes. The weight of the revelations was crushing. In these memories, Naruto learned the truth. He had died, fallen in the battle against pain, his body succumbing despite his immense strength. In that moment, a girl had intervened, someone with extraordinary power and a deep connection to him. She had offered him a second chance, but it came at a price. Her voice echoed in his mind, soft yet commanding, laced with an affection that was possessive and undeniable. "You are not ready, Naruto. The path ahead is too difficult. I've given you another chance to prepare, but you are mine. Don't forget that. I will come for you when the time is right." The memory was clear now. It was she who had sealed away the memories, giving him a chance to grow and become the person she believed he could be. Yet, her actions weren't purely selfless. She had claimed him, binding him to her in a way that made Naruto bristle with frustration and confusion. His fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms as he processed the revelation. The anger wasn't just at her. It was at the situation, the helplessness of not having had a choice. And yet, there was a deep sadness too. Whoever she was, her love for him was evident, even in her domineering actions. Naruto sat silently, his fists clenched as the flood of memories settled. He felt as if his entire world had shifted, his understanding of his life altered by the revelations that had surfaced. Each memory carried a weight, and he now saw the threads of connection that bound his past actions and decisions. He remembered the pain of losing Jiraiya, his mentor and father figure, whose death at the hands of pain had left an indelible scar. It wasn't just grief. It was a deep, hollow ache that had threatened to consume him. Tsunade, too, had been shattered. The loss of her old teammate and unspoken love had left her vulnerable, and the two of them had found solace in one another during that dark time. What had started as a mutual search for comfort in shared grief had transformed into something neither of them could have anticipated. Tsunade, always so composed and indomitable, had shown her vulnerability. Naruto, despite his own sorrow, had been her anchor, offering her the promise of a brighter future. Their bond had deepened until they crossed the line into intimacy, a line Naruto had never imagined crossing with someone he revered as an elder. Yet, in that moment, they had both needed each other. Tsunade's pregnancy was another revelation that struck him like a thunderclap. He hadn't known. Or perhaps, at the time, he had, but the memory had been stripped from him. Now, the knowledge filled him with a strange mixture of joy and sorrow. A child, his child, carried by a woman he had shared his soul with, had been left behind when his life was violently uprooted. Then there was the memory of Hinata and Ino, two more women who had carved out places in his heart. Their stories were equally intricate, their bonds formed through shared struggles and moments of vulnerability. Each of them had found something in him that they had needed, just as he had found strength and comfort in them. And yet, despite all his efforts, his strength had not been enough. When pain came to Konoha, Naruto had fought with everything he had. His mastery of Sage Mode, his unyielding will, and his determination to protect his village and loved ones had driven him to the brink of his capabilities. But it hadn't been enough. Konoha had fallen, and so had he. Pain had defeated him, stripping him of his freedom and his hope. The chakra receivers that pinned him were more than physical restraints. They were symbols of his failure. Drugged and powerless, he had been taken away, his dreams of saving his village and protecting his family slipping through his fingers. Then came the girl, the mysterious savior who had plucked him from the jaws of death. Her voice echoed in his mind, her words laced with both compassion and authority. She had given him another chance, but it had come at a cost. She had thrown him into another world, stripping him of his memories and urging him to grow stronger. She had warned him of the danger of staying in his world, hinting at a larger, looming threat that he couldn't yet comprehend. Naruto's jaw tightened as he processed it all. He had been forced into this situation, torn away from everything he knew and loved, yet he couldn't deny the truth in her words. He wasn't strong enough back then. The time difference she mentioned gave him a sliver of hope, but it also left him with an enormous burden. "I have to get back," Naruto muttered, his voice heavy with resolve. "I have to see them again. Tsunade, Hinata, Ino, my child. My village. I won't let this be the end of my story." Eliza observed him quietly. She could see the storm raging within him, his golden chakra flickering like a flame caught in a gust of wind. Despite the overwhelming emotions threatening to consume him, his determination remained unbroken. It was a sight that stirred something within her, a rare sense of admiration. "I see now why you're so different," Eliza said softly, her voice cutting through the silence. "You carry the weight of worlds on your shoulders, yet you refuse to falter. It's impressive." Naruto turned to her, his eyes fierce and unwavering. "Impressive isn't enough. I'll become stronger, strong enough to face whatever comes next. I'll protect them, no matter what it takes." Eliza smiled faintly, her curiosity about him deepening. She could sense that his journey was far from over and that she had become a part of a story much larger than herself. For now, she would watch and see how far this golden light could shine.